Once, on an island far to the west, there was a kingdom. And we're back with, I believe it's part 5 of the recap of the Welara campaign. We're starting in with session 74. And as always, the characters we have in this campaign are Ashley, Aurora, Celest, Guidance. Recently left was Julia and Wander. And still to come is Stonehoof. I feel like we've
Wander did not leave.
What's that?
Wander did not leave, for the people wondering.
That's true. I feel like we've introduced the characters enough at this point that I don't have to necessarily go through them each time, other than just to name drop them for a reminder.
I've just noticed how past tense that, once there was a kingdom thing was, and that suddenly brings me concern.
Why would you be concerned about that?
We live there.
Yeah, all my stuff is there.
Don't worry about it.
That's a different campaign.
It's all the campaigns. Let's be perfectly real.
Look, I worry about it in all the campaigns, okay?
We started in session 74, Rest and Recovery. The last time we had just gotten back from the combat with the Day Rise, with Ashley's mom assaulting the fort, carrying along the Dawn Company. Finding Ashley grievously injured and held prisoner. They killed, let's see. Wow. One moment. Sure, I had that just a moment ago. Yes, well, they killed the commander of the Day Rise, and then, Faith specifically killed the commander of the Day Rise.
I was about to say, I didn't do shit.
Let's be fair, he was going to die. She just took the final hit for you. And
That's
then
a great way to become unpopular with me.
Steal kill.
Steal kill?
I'm going to make a character named Steel Kill. So, session 74, Rest and Recovery. A week passes in the wake of the Day Rise's night's defeat. Let's see. The group's pace slows to something almost unfamiliar to them at this point. They get to sleep, they get to eat, take time to actually fix up their wounds. Let's see. They head back to the city, back to Lopus, and they stay with Auburn for the week, where she essentially just takes full control of their schedule to ensure that they're resting, which, is something that may be a trend that other characters have to look out for them and force them to do so.
I should talk to this Auburn.
See, this is the horseshoes you have to step into.
I should talk to this Auburn.
Let's see. The party lets her because nobody actually has the energy to argue. And let's be honest, she could physically force each and every one of you to sleep if she put her mind to it. Let's see.
Name dragons.
Let's see. Celeste visits Ashley while he's still resting. And it's...
Wrestling.
What's that?
Wrestling.
Well, you gotta stay busy. Neither of them can fully pretend they're just checking on injuries. Ashley's healing, but it's painful, slow, and Ashley's scarred. But this is not unusual for Ashley. Or at least it's not new.
Just not as visible.
Not as visible. It's true. Meanwhile, Celeste is haunted by the memory of dying. Even if it was only for a moment. What's that?
Who said?
I'm pretty sure Celeste said, actually. Ashley tries to lighten the situation, tries to make try to make jokes. Let's see. I think Celeste is still extremely guilty, especially how she was treating Ashley just before all of this happened.
Yeah, how could you, being revealed all these things in such a session, and then be mad at me for doing?
They exchange scars, basically, at this point.
I don't like that phrase.
Good. Let's see. Celeste admits that she's still feeling a lot of pain from the stabbing at this point. Tries to play it off like it's manageable. She keeps touching the spot subconsciously, like she's still checking.
Yes, it won't heal.
Don't poke it. That's how you got that.
Look.
Let's see. Guidance is meanwhile just keeping watch. And it's not just an excuse to lurk around the hallways of the house like a weird cat goblin. Let's see. You make sure everyone's safe, and Auburn silently shuts the door on him, trapping him in the room, which is possibly the cruelest thing anyone has ever done to Guidance in his entire life.
Yeah, that's mom for you.
Let's see. Auburn, meanwhile, tries to help by shipping them. Because, of course she does.
Of course she does.
She just wants what's best for her boy.
As the GPT put it, she bullies the universe into being nicer and calls that affection. Sure, why not?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll accept that.
Let's see. She lays out a dress for Celeste. Is this where she gave the address? I seem to remember her giving that dress to Celeste before they went to the dinner. Oh, well, either way. Let's see. As the week in the city continues, Dactylopus ships out of lockdown and the quarantine's rescinded. The party's actions at the fortress have done more than win the battle. They've bought the city a fragile safety. They've been granted legal forgiveness for breaking the rules of the quarantine, because, again, essentially the official pardon from the Low King of Dactylopus says, please don't do that again, but also thank you for doing it.
Or just chill like that.
I mean, that's a traditional message to adventurers, isn't it? Like, I have a feeling that should probably be a standard form.
It's a guild motto at this point. Don't do it, but also thank you for doing it.
I mean, also to be fair, try saying that to Auburn. Don't do it. Don't go save. No, that's not gonna work. Someone else is gonna die, and they did.
Let's see. Also noted is this at this point, Aurora forges a ring. It doesn't state what the ring was. Aurora, what did you make?
I believe that was the ring with the shield thing in it.
Okay, gotcha. I love that it's mentioned in here, but not. Go ahead.
Allows him to summon a shield made out of force.
Let's see. It was also here that they had brought Winter walks back from the cave with the... Wow, okay. Where are they? With the cave with the false thestrals in it. And
The unpleasantness.
Winter had holed up outside of the city because she refused to enter any cities. It was here that Aurora actually decides to leave the city to go find Winterwalks and have a chat. And I believe that, let's see, I believe that Celeste went with her as well as Wander, was it? I think that's who went to talk to,
I have a vague memory of that, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely remember talking to Winter.
Yeah.
Probably all went. But probably I'm still out, so probably not.
Yeah, I don't think Ashley went just because recovering from injuries, but let's see.
It
been a
was a
while,
smaller
it's been a
group.
while.
Yeah. Second? Okay. All right. Aurora tries to bring little gifts for Winter since he's visiting. Food, drink, and I believe some bundles of like blankets or something like that. I can't recall exactly the specific
Something
items.
like that.
But yeah, a nice little gift for someone who's been living on the road in the forest and such. Let's see. Celeste comes with him as backup, and Wander comes too because Wander is both emotionally disarming and, in a pinch, capable of making problems fall into pits.
It's
It's a
true.
very useful skill.
That's true. Let's see.
Problem solved.
Winter
the whole of
is-
the problem skill.
That's true. Winter's guarded. I mean, she doesn't really, she realizes something's up. Aurora tries to give her a coin, or rather tries to show a coin to her from Unicornia, which turns out to be a very bad idea because Winter makes assumptions with the fact that you have that coin, that she's afraid now for her life. Let's see.
You monster.
See, she demands to know why Aurora has that, why it's in front of her. She begins speaking in her native language in panic fragments. He makes, Aurora responds, making it very clear he's not working for Arctic. He's not obligated to report Winter. He came because he wanted to hear her side of the story before making any choice at all. And then Winter goes to explain that Unicornia is not a friendly place to anyone who is not a unicorn. That anyone who is not born a unicorn is rendered as state property on birth.
Yikes.
It's not a great place.
It sucks.
Clearly.
It's also the kind of country that hasn't...
Sorry, just Celeste over here, just like, come on, I just got done being mad.
Mad at Ashley, not mad at the other things.
Don't worry. There's a lot of social injustice in this world that you can be mad at for a long time.
Yeah, there's plenty to go around.
And you know what? That concept kind of makes me mad.
Right?
But yes, Unicornia is also the kind of place that lies to its people. The people in Unicornia are told by their government that there is no outside world. That the entire outside world is a frozen wasteland. Because Unicornia split from the other nations back when the Wendigos were, causing a problem.
Unicornia, best cornea. All
Yep, and
praise
then
great
they
leader.
utopia and have been there ever since.
Great leader be praised.
Basically, it's
North Korea.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to lie and say that wasn't part of the inspiration. Horrifying as that may be. Let's see. Winter had found out the truth about that, had discovered that everything that Unicornia stood for was essentially a lie. And when she tried to speak out about it, it didn't go very well. But she did end up sparking a minor revolution in the country before being driven out and the revolution being stamped out. And it's when she reveals that Arctic Glamour, the summoner that Aurora had met on his journey over to Welara, was actually Winterwalk's mom. That essentially Winterwalk's, rather that Unicornia separates the non-horned, the unhorned from their parents at birth, and they're never allowed to develop any kind of relationship or even know the child. And Arctic Glamour was sent here to capture Winterwalks specifically because of that bloodline. It's fucked up, y'all.
A bit fucked up.
Let's see.
Yes, Unicornia essentially says, yo, you made trash, go clean it up.
Yeah, that is the mindset. They want her to take Winter, capture her, bring her back for a slow, very slow, final public punishment.
How dare you have thoughts outside of what we tell you to have?
Yeah. Let's see.
I'll admit, like, Wanda was there for this, but I remember almost nothing of this, so I assume I was distracted with something else at the time.
That's entirely fair.
I remember that it was her mum, but the actual, like, that she was responsible for sparking a rebellion amongst the...
Winter is a little coy about that part. It's mostly Arctic that explained that's why she was hunting Winter.
So that was mostly during...
I'm sure it came up, but I'm not sure it came up, like, actively, as actively anyway.
Yeah, there's a difference between mentioning and discussing.
Yeah.
The rebellion, I don't really remember. I agree. The part about her mom hunting her, that part I was just kind of like, oh. So guess who we're never telling?
Yes, Aurora has awkward moments in his future when there's reunions.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Celeste offers Winter safety with Dawn Company. Winter is not sold on that, but she trusts this group enough to at least consider it. And
I believe that you believe that you can give me
safety.
safety.
And for what it's worth, she does agree to travel with the group as a guide for a while, especially for the upcoming bit. Later, with the party gathered again, Wander and Guidance have finally started to talk again. They finally start talking about themselves, and Wander struggles to start, but because Wander is trying to hold something delicate without crushing it. Great writing. Guidance looked like he'd rather crawl into another shadow and become part of the floor. They apologize to each other, finally. First for the secrecy, then their behavior. And it is here that, I believe it's here that they both finally come out about their identity. see.
It seems like an appropriate point to do so.
Yeah. Wander finally admits and insists he's not Ghostlight, even though he is in Ghostlight's body. And that's because Guidance is Ghostlight. Or was.
Was.
Let's see. But now they understand it was not really a clean situation, not a clean one-to-one swap. They're not sure what happened exactly. They still don't understand it. There's not a tidy reincarnation. There's no simple answer. They have fragments of one another's trauma and memories. Guidance describes waking into existence with something ghost-like shaped in his head. Memories, instincts, and the sense that he remembers how to be a pony. While Wanderer had to learn everything again from scratch, like a newborn in an adult body. Or teenager body, as the case may be. And this is also where Guidance admits that he was also really terrified for a while that he wasn't a pony. He was terrified he was just a monster who remembered being one. That he was worried he was just pretending. The fortress, Ashley's injuries, the cruelty, all broke something open in him. He'd always believed ponies were meant to be good. That was the framework that let him exist without drowning in doubt. And then he saw what ponies can do. Not monsters. Ponies. And suddenly being a pony stopped being the safe choice. Guidance didn't know how to process the idea that monsters can be kind, like Funrise, while ponies can be absolutely vile. Let's see. Guidance has blood in his claws and teeth, and he can't reconcile it with who he thought he was supposed to be. And then everybody hugged the cat.
Everyone hugged the cat a lot.
Everyone hugged the cat a lot and hugged the child as well.
Correct.
He learned an important lesson that day. An awful lesson. An absolutely terrible lesson, but an important one.
It's true. Aurora tells them they've done... What's that?
Nothing. I was all right.
Aurora tells them they've done nothing wrong. Ashley, still wounded, puts wings around them, both, and tries to make jokes just to keep the moment from breaking everyone apart. Celeste is furious, but she tries to remain quietly furious. Not at Guidance, but at the cruelty of the world that forced this kind of truth on him. Imagine. Guidance finally says what's important. He doesn't mind not being a pony anymore. It's just that he doesn't know what he is. He knows he's himself, and he gets to decide what that means. That's the important part. It's the closest thing to peace Guidance has had in a long time. In the middle of the group hug, Guidance seems less solid, more diffuse. Like the emotion is making his own body's boundaries blur. And I believe this is specifically when Guidance was respect.
Correct.
He's no longer Lawnmower.
No longer a little murder tornado.
Which in some ways is a shame because there were distinct times where we could have used that.
Mm-hmm.
We got a new one. It's fine.
Yeah, we went to the hardware store and got a goat.
Not yet.
True. The session ends. Let's see. The session ends with the reconciliation, and everyone is. Let's see. Oh, yes, and this is where Ashley and Celeste announce they're a couple. Officially now.
Yay.
Every time.
Aurora reacts with a kind of, I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed. There was more written there, but I didn't read. I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed that you waited until now to say it.
It was a good place for a long pause.
Wander's enthusiastic, announcing how cute they are together. I don't know if Wander actually did that, but it doesn't sound out of character.
Yeah.
So, don't know if true. Doesn't sound wrong.
Doesn't sound wrong, but then I feel like Wander probably thinks that about everybody. So
Yeah.
let's
It'd
see.
be weird to say it.
I have a feeling it was something along the lines of like, oh, that's so cute. What does that mean?
That sounds right. Let's see. Guidance for once is the one who stops Wander from asking questions.
Yeah, that is precisely what happened then.
I don't know why I decided to say for once. Guidance is constantly stopping Wander from asking inappropriate things. Just not enough.
Look, and we know that I actually would answer an honest, so maybe that's why. I would stop him.
Which brings me to my favorite episode. Kaleidoscope. Session 75.
Yay, trauma.
I love that. Ken, my favorite episode, the party.
Okay, maybe not my favorite, but it's one of the...
No, it's entirely reasonable for this to be a favorite. Like, you pulled this off very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also...
I think it would also directly be the reason why Stonehoof would be sent to look after us.
After this, yeah, I can't really complain about that part. Yeah, after this would be a very good reason to send a nanny after us.
Also, the name. I just genuinely really fucking love the session name. I'm not sure. It
It's a good word.
so well. The session opens with the party on their final day in Dactylopus. The city already fading behind them as the road calls them back into the kind of work the Dawn Company was built for. Mission is blunt, and they need to find where the road's corpse things are coming from. The strange husks that they've been finding that have been assaulting travelers on the road and taking them to who knows where. Winter walks uneasy near urban walls and far more comfortable under open sky, meets them outside the city and immediately takes the lead, guiding them south with the quiet confidence of someone who has been watching this horror unfold from the edges. I'm torn between trying to just read straight and
go, what are you talking about?
yeah. I feel like
Quiet confidence of what?
the quiet sadness. I feel like if I break it, it takes longer, but it's also like I can't not. Okay, the road quickly becomes grim ledger of what they're too late to prevent. They find an abandoned wagon and overturned cart. The wreckage scarred by struggle, torn coverings, broken fittings, evidence of panic. Inside, the air carries an unnatural chill. Frost clings to the surfaces where it shouldn't. It's not cold, for certain. The weather, I should say. And the interior is gouged and splintered as though something clawed its way through or something was dragged out with force. It's not the sign of bandits. It's a sign of something else. While Celeste investigates up close, Calamore ready to fly with a thought, Aurora takes to the air and under invisibility and widens the search pattern. Guidance sweeps the nearby campsite with predatory caution, and Winter watches the road and brush with a steady focus. They don't find any survivors. The best they can do is try to prevent any more damage from occurring. Ahead, Aurora spots another campsite on fire. What began as an investigation threatens to become an spreading disaster. Aurora commits hard to dousing the blaze. Let's see. I think he essentially just fire hosed it.
Yeah, I've got a spell for that.
Yeah. It's a good spell for
That's
fire.
Aurora.
It's,
I only picked it up because of Ashley, I'm sure.
can you blame
Seems
him?
pertinent to have.
Nah, I don't know. I'd offend it, but I can't blame him.
As the party weighs the situation, more victims, more signs, more evidence they're behind the curve. Winter, let's see. Winter puts it in simple terms. If they spend themselves patching the holes, they'll collapse before they ever reach the source. They want to save the ponies and cut out the heart of the matter, not spend time fixing all the symptoms. The party camps under their under magical shelter. Watch is carefully arranged. Winter rigs up a simple alarm trick, low-tech, practical, and well, everything's fucking low-tech. Let's see. Wander adds protection he can without overwhelming it. Without overwhelming her? What? Winter's relationship with magic is cautious at best, and she prefers it in small, controlled doses. Almost like she was raised in a country where unicorns were brutal dictators or something.
Yeah.
Wild how that works.
Right? The attack comes when the world is at its most vulnerable, dark, quiet, and half asleep. Hollows converge. Corpse things moving with an ugly purpose. A husk joins them, escalating the threat from manageable undead to this can kill you. Okay, shut the fuck up. It's writing, I swear to God. I need to go over
I just
these.
wanted to say on
It's
the
trying so
magic part,
enthusiastically.
magic isn't real. I don't know.
I think we're well past that.
Magic
It's
isn't
not
real. Magic's not real.
For Ashley.
That's what I was... the party establishes a defensive point rather than a scattering and set out to control the field instead of chasing down individual targets. They break the assault's momentum and then grind it down. Ashley's fire becomes a boundary, a line that the undead can't cross. Aurora brings destructive magic. Celeste's holy wrath turns Calamore into a scalpel of judgment. The fuck does that mean?
Couple of judgments.
I guess.
I guess.
There are many words that I would use to describe Calamore. Scalpel isn't one of them.
I don't think so, yeah.
It's a two-handed
Here we
scalpel.
are.
It's a cleaver.
It is an oversized scalpel for oversized surgeries.
It's fair.
Look,
But it is precise in what it does. So
I can use it. I can use it with the skill of a surgeon. That does not make me a surgeon.
Wander stabilizes the flow of the battle with the sort of spell work that keeps... what the fuck is that? Hollows die like broken puppets, collapsing into black dust. The husk is worse, bile that nearly eats through shelter walls and bursts of black lightning and cold. Let's see. But the party holds, and when it's over, there's a sick sort of relief that they know something worse is going to be coming. When dawn comes, the husk's body is gone, and all that remains is a slick pool of black ice where it should have been. Let's see.
Yay.
And this is when they turn to the Nehruit forest. Winter leads them back towards the canyon, and then veers off-road, straight towards the tree line of the Nehruit forest. Stopping short of a clearing dominated by a massive raised dome of earth, with the mouth of a cave set in it like a wound. Wander sees it and feels something inside him tighten. It's familiar. The evidence that they found the source of the it arrives immediately. A husk emerges from the woods, dragging a freshly killed victim, hauling the body into the cave with casual inevitability, like it's feeding time. The party goes in fast. They buff themselves, the weapons are readied, and Guidance, who has the most reason to fear what's inside and the most ability to survive a first look, volunteers to scout ahead while invisible. I think Guidance wanted to be invisible for this, specifically despite having such a high stealth score. If I remember right.
Yeah.
Can't imagine
Sounds right.
why.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We're at the point my stealth score has been caught up with, I think.
Yeah. Winter stays outside to keep watch, and also because she's not going in there. She would not have been able to help here very much either way.
She's not going in there. That makes her the smart one.
The cave is not a natural den. It's a site. It's a place where ponies once worked. Inside, the party finds remains of an operation. A digging operation. A archaeological expedition. There are tents, crates and barrels, supplies, makeshift desks, books and writing materials, small statues and ancient pots being cleaned and cataloged. Or they were, but now there are bodies. Too many bodies. Wander sees moving shapes inside as well. More than a handful, and more than a few are wearing the robes of House Conjurer. Let's see.
Won't you take me to Roma Town?
The whole area seems to be something of a nest. The horrible husks are dragging the bodies of freshly killed victims and piling them on top of each other, before taking one at a time and slowly moving them further into the cave for some purpose. The undead still living in the chamber are not passive, and once the party's presence becomes obvious, the hollows snap to attention and begin to converge. There's no time for a slow, careful approach, and Celeste walks in anyway.
What do you mean? But
What's that?
oh, I see. There's no time. It's because Celeste is here. Celeste does not sneak. I see undead. I have sword.
She just ran right in.
Celeste always comes in like a wrecking ball.
I mean, that's a pretty good thing for a paladin to be.
Yes.
What ensues is a massive battle throughout the cave. Massive pillars of fire placed everywhere by Ashley, controlling the shape of the battlefield. Spells flying, Celeste smiting everything in sight. I think you can get a pretty good idea of what the group is doing to the undead in this particular encounter.
Might.
Pulling them apart piecemeal at this point. In the aftermath, the party gets their first good look at the chamber as a whole, and it's worse than they thought. One of the undead had been dragging corpses deeper, adding them to a pile that was less in common with the grave, more in common with stored meat. Sure. There's more digging equipment ahead, stacked and abandoned, and sense that whatever happened here didn't end cleanly. No shit.
It ended in corpses walking around.
It's true. Deeper in, the party reaches an ominous set of doors, thick with age and dust. Doors that feel like more of a boundary than a normal set of doors. The doors crack open, and a husk steps out. Guidance and Wander react like they've been struck. The husk looks at Guidance, then at Wander, and they realize they know this pony. But that recognition feels like a knife in their chest. The husk turns without attacking, presses the doors back open wide, and walks inside, leaving the way open. The party follows, because of course they do. What else would they do? On the other side is a hall, a black, oppressive hall that is wrong. It's far too long. The party walks, time passes, and after the better part of an hour, it feels like they haven't made any progress at all. As though the corridor is swallowing their steps and giving nothing back. But it's not hostile in the hallway. It's calm. Wander feels an instinct so strong it might as well have been a spell laid on his mind. This would be a safe place to rest. A place to gather strength before whatever comes next. The urge is powerful. And it carries the certainty that something is going to happen. And even if you can't name it, they debate, if only briefly, before deciding to move on. The next set of doors, let's see. No, they skipped. Okay. This description skips something. So they decided to move on, but the hallway disagreed, and everyone was essentially forced to sleep. This totally wasn't me forcing the party to rest before this encounter.
Goddamn hallways making us sleep. What is this?
The game forced us to use the save point.
Yeah.
You said,
like
you should save here.
And
You should save here. And you went,
Party is
no,
all
we got
You must gather more
It's
party
like-
before venturing forth.
said you should save here. And you went, nah. And it went, yes.
No.
This isn't an argument.
The
I didn't ask how big the room was. I didn't ask where my friends.
they move on. The next set of doors should be heavy, immovable, and ancient. Let's see. Okay, they yeah, it absolutely skipped a lot of detail here. So I'm going to try and pull up the actual session log real quick.
Yep, it is important that this be
Yeah,
communicated.
can't leave out
like
any
this.
details. This is the best one of the better episodes we have in this part.
Okay, where are we?
Like, I think this one and fight on that little island. I like that one as well.
Yeah. I tried to make set pieces that are interesting.
Yeah.
I think my favorites have been this upcoming battle, the battle on the frozen sea, and the corpse-fleshed dome. Some of my
That's
favorites.
the one I meant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't want to give spoilers. Just to the island.
Boy, that whole phrase right there, corpse flesh dome.
Yeah,
That was
it's as
actually
pleasant
my-
as
my-
it sounds.
Besides playing as Auburn, I think that was my most favorite one. So,
I think that fight was pretty good. It was also
And
Quite a lot.
look how much look how much fresh meat it left for this poor island afterwards.
I'm not sure eating that's a good idea.
I mean, they're stingy fucks. They'll eat anything.
that's true. Let's see.
Also, no,
There we
the
are. Okay.
church was also
The
a fun
time you
fight.
spent sleeping is some of the most oddly restful you've had in some time. Waking refreshed and ready. As you ready to move onward, you notice your little camp is sitting right before a great set of doors that were not there a moment ago. Great black marble. Across the face of the door, etched in gleaming silver, are ancient words. You recognize the script, though it be very archaic. In ancient celestial, scribed across the doors. In this place, we consecrate the night sky and the bounteous heavens. In this place, we trust to the peace of the night and the promise of a day to come. All are welcome. The doors are thick and heavy, immovable, until Wander presses against the door with the barest effort and finds they are light as a feather. The change in the atmosphere here is extreme. It's a large room with black columns and a great black altar. The walls and floor, the same as the hall that led you here, are scoured in the walls, or scoured. Into the walls are deep red gashes that glow. Runes, blasphemous and arcane, difficult to look upon, malignant to the senses and nonsensical to the mind. But the air, though heavy, is still. You and your friends enter the great doors, ready, you think, to face whatever is here. You and your family gird yourselves to finally break the seal and cross the threshold. You and your wife shatter the doors that barred you, intent on displaying justice for the crimes against you both. You and your minions force the doors open, ready to plunder the powers of this ancient place. You and your allies and followers of gods and your 1,000 conflicting memories. No, moments. This moment, fractured 1,000 ways, spinning into an infinite repetition. All now and before and future and beyond and behind. It threatens to overwhelm. You breathe, the act steadying you, and the visions fade, quickly as they came. To be replaced with something else. Above you, the black ceilings tear away, revealing a starscape of endless beauty, marred by a great twisting, tunneling city of red, shaped as a whirlwind, ever shifting, ever growing, stretching on further than the eye can see. And then, nothing. You are here, again, present, again. You finally see the room as it is, as you know it too, is wrong. The altar in the distance, it was broken and shattered when you fled this place. Now it is whole. Unseemly whole, wrongly whole. There's a stirring in the darkness at first. One might think the hallucinations brought on by the staring into the dark too long, but soon more solid. The sound of chains. A form begins to take shape, sitting atop the great altar. A great horn pierces the altar. It emerges slowly, pulling behind it the head of a massive unicorn, its skin an oil black, slick, with ever-shifting iridescence. Moment. What a time to break.
The unpleasantness.
Points. The fucker.
Correct.
Oh man, the pieces are fantastic. I love the color play.
Wasn't it first just the head?
Yeah, it's skin and oil black with ever-shifting iridescence, backlit from within by pulsing starlight. It opens, empty eyes, gleaming with pale, evil white light. The head, wrapped in chains, finally fully emerges from the altar, falling slack, and then snaking back into the altar. It opens its mouth into a silent scream, the same evil light shone from within it. To its right and left, two more shapes emerge, as if torn from the stars and darkness. A great feathered wing and a writhing tentacle. All the hideous emerged things leave their earthly bonds and float above the marbled floor, dribbling their black ichor from the stumps where they should be attached to something more. Soundlessly, they regard you. And that was where the episode cut.
So that's got to go.
Yeah.
As a paladin, I might be somewhat prone to using this word a bit liberally, but there's very few things that I could say that quite match the level of unholy that this thing is.
Correct.
I have a question,
Yes.
Ken. Was Russian part of anything in this at all? Because it looks like ChatGPT shoved a Russian word into this little end blurb thing it has going on.
Let's see. Where's this at? Oh, yeah, no.
The point,
Mechanism.
yeah, right there. I looked it. I looked it up, and apparently it means strangers, possibly. according to Google
Interesting.
Translate.
I did not see that when I was reviewing this.
Yeah. I'm just reading through as you're going into this description that isn't in this part at all. Like, there's nothing about any of this in it. Going, interesting. Why is there a non-English word there? Curious.
Somehow that seems fitting.
Yeah.
You're ready, you think. That you think is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Correct. Which brings us to session 76, Causal Echoes.
The one that broke, actually. Yay.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively bring up this episode session. Keep doing that.
Yeah.
Your trust in the thing is lessening as we go on.
Well, I never trusted it to begin with, but also reading the entire log is an impossibility.
Fair enough.
Jesus,
This will be an episode on its own.
Okay. I just want to have it ready so if I have something specific I need to cross-reference. The party begins...
In case you need to double check what the fuck ChatGPT is making up.
Yeah. Like, it's not wrong, per se, but it's sure as hell not right.
Yeah.
The party begins at the temple threshold, already exhausted from the prior day's discoveries they found on the way into the ruin, camped and woke, knowing that what waited inside was not merely dangerous, but wrong in the way that clung to the mind. Even before the chamber is fully understood, the fight is already in motion, an ominous sign in itself, as the ruin refuses to comfort... Okay, sure, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think just go from your actual log rather than...
I don't know if I can, is the problem, since the actual log is... Okay.
Worse.
Difficult to read, as an actual...
It is. Combat makes it difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. The group, having come into the primary hall, into this little temple of the unclean, moves in to attack. As they are doing so, let's see.
Desecrated.
Okay. I should have run this one through a few times. This was one of the sessions I was concerned about the method I'm using, being able to handle it properly. The unbroken altar, or the thing that emerged from the unbroken altar is called the... Let's see. It's called the thing, it's called He Who Broke Last. Accompanied by conviction and what did I name it?
Greg.
Credence.
That sounds right.
Credence and conviction. Let's see. Mm-mm. It has been so long, I'm trying to recall exactly how He Who Broke Last fought.
Hard.
Esoterically. We did not understand the true nature of He Who Broke's last attack.
It's true, honestly. Okay. As the group is fighting this horrible abomination, stray, intrusive thoughts, memories that they did not make, begin to filter into their minds. Wanderlost. She really didn't mean it. Celeste. Why did you forget? Aurora. You remember falling asleep. You wake up. You wake up. You wake up. Celeste. Music. You hear music. Fleeting and gone the moment you realize it. Aurora. Why is that whispered comment? Or, let's see. That was a response. I say, Ashley, someone is praying. Someone is
How
crying.
dare they?
They don't exist anymore. Let's see. Guidance. Why do you hurt so much? Aurora, you feel the ghost of a reassuring touch upon your shoulder. Let's see. These things continue to happen throughout the entire fight. Stray memories, stray sensations that should not be occurring. Meanwhile, He Who Broke Last, I believe, is blasting with high-level spells, especially lightning and the like. The Great Wing is healing it as it's taking damage. And I believe the tentacle is shooting Finger of Death and spells of that sort.
Rude.
Quite.
It was
I
not
remember
great.
a lot of ice damage.
Yeah. It's because the all of the lightning-based attacks had their element swapped to ice. Cold-based
And
damage.
Ashley's weak to that, so yeah.
Oh, I know.
Rudeness continues.
It does.
Let's see. Wander, a sudden blast of blazing desert heat on your coat startles, if only for a moment. Celeste, you wish you could see your daughter one last time. I believe that one specifically unnerved Celeste the most in this start.
But we only just declared that we were a couple.
The battle continues, and eventually, He Who Broke Last. Let's see. Let me find it. Right. Trying to find the first. Right. Status dying. Yep. Status dying.
Who died first?
Guidance. Guidance was hit head on by a Finger of Death, I believe. Or was it disintegration?
I don't
think
remember
Finn
exactly what. He just ceased one way or the other.
Yeah. Okay. Credence threw out a horrid wilting at one point. This is great commentary.
Yeah, it just went dead, dead, mostly dead. Oh, hang on, no, dead.
Like, I can describe what happened in Ashley's mind. His friends were all dying, and he was the one always staying up last. And,
That's right. I think Ashley was the last one to go down in the first fight.
And the second. And
It turns out Ashley is actually kind of hard to kill.
Yeah, something to do with having like saves twice as high as everyone else's.
I'll be fair, I probably because Ashley was still broken at that time. Because he had bought a cloak of what's resistances? Right, something with saves, and apparently I wasn't allowed to. Then we didn't.
It was because we're using the automatic progression, which accounts for saves. Yeah.
So it was my
That
bad.
would explain a lot.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, to be fair, I still had insane saves without it. Let's see. Okay, this is the husks.
He's fixed now, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's all good. Oh, it's really... really actually hard to find where this happened at in the log. Okay.
It's almost like this was a horrible chaos piece of work, but
Yeah.
Almost.
Okay. Right, okay. Here's where that happened finally. Okay. Yeah, it ended this for it spent this first fight mostly slinging high-level spells. And pushing the enemy or pushing the party over with especially black lightning and
full damage.
yeah. And then everyone started to die. The entire group, in fact, all falling one after the other. He who broke last turns towards Wander and opens its maw obscenely wide. Wander begins to fade. Your strength fails you as you finally succumb to the injuries you sustained. The world spins and the darkness overtakes your vision, and your mind, and your life. But that's not how the story ended, is it? Come, my love, please, get back on your feet. We can still win this. Time reels out. As you unsteadily return to consciousness, you stand before the great black doors of the temple. A creeping sense of dread, a déjà vu overtakes you, and a new feeling of discomfort. You cannot place what is wrong, but something is very wrong. Still, you find your hurts, pains, and weariness gone from you, seemingly against your will. The first of your number has already pushed open the great door, and you followed within. High above the ceiling leads into a darkness which your eyes cannot pierce, before a sliver begins to envelop it. And you see above you reflection, as if in water, suspended between the passing of the seconds, your final moments. You see your current reflections in the shimmering pool of what once was. But the struggle is not over, and as if pressing out of the surface of the pool, the reflection of the beast above descends to your new place. The thing is still bloodied from your fight. Pick up your wits and courage, and roll initiative once more.
Yay! R2.
This is the fight that never ends. It goes
Sorry.
on and on, my friend.
For clarity, we moved to either the map changed or we moved to a new map where our previous corpses had left were now in a reflection of the rest of the map,
Yes.
and we
Which
were
was
fighting in
pretty
the
fucking
lower
cool.
part, and we had new bodies.
New bodies. In fact, let's see.
Drama.
Let me see if I can. Here it is. Grab these out. There's a small bit to read for each of these, so I'll try to do that real quick.
Fucking sweet dude.
What's that?
Fucking sweet dude.
Wanderlost. The shrine was calm. That unusually warm spring day. Cherry blossoms kicking up beneath the endless green skies and the shuddering blue leaves. You came to lay your head upon the altar and make a plea to your grandmother goddess. My lady, you began slowly, not to allow the trepidation you felt into your words. I entreat with you, aid me in this time of need. I am lost and the corruption grows by the day. You sat there for so long, feathers, trembling, worried you had offended your grandmother goddess, when the sky unsealed and a whisper crossed your ears. Hello, priestess. The grandmother bade me to give you some guidance. As a hound of shadows emerged.
Papa.
Aurora. The castle was peaceful, boring even, if you're honest. The day-to-day duties of royalty, while time-consuming, oft left you with an aching need to see beyond the palace walls. You ducked away from your work, intent on spending only a moment among the flowers of the royal garden. But as you stepped into the lantern light beneath the black cloud skies, you saw a Pegasus dressed in the telltale robes of a priestess of the grandmother, admiring the roses. Uncertain, but excited at the prospect of an unprompted conversation, you approached. The night roses truly are beautiful, don't you think? The palace staff are experts in bringing out their inner beauty. She jumped, surprised before turning to you with an embarrassed smile on her face. It was quite the cute look for her, you decided. My apologies, I was just... She blinked before realizing who she was speaking to and lowered her head, almost serenely. That was also a cute look for her, you decided. My princess, I have come to ask for your aid. You sighed. A princess's work is never done. Celeste. The blasting heat of the baking desert air greeted you as you stepped from the city's gates. Behind you, still chanting your name, crowds on crowds of fans, admirers. You had done what no other had done in decades. You'd won your freedom in the games. And all it had cost you is blood, pain, and your best friend. You steadied yourself and shook your head, dislodging the thoughts again, before they threatened to consume you. You wanted to leave this place, leave it far behind. And, as you turned to go, a soft voice greeted you. Reeled about, finding a Pegasus whose face was just as soft as her voice. I didn't mean to surprise you, but my companion and I are traveling. We could use the help of someone strong, and I heard from someone that you were in need of a job? You snorted and rolled your eyes, but eventually shrugged and agreed. Something about her words seemed important. Ashley. It had been said, early in your apprenticeship, that few among the Arcanum's wizards could throw a fireball half so well as you. And even further, had studied as many books on how to do it as you.
Nerd.
He called himself.
It was one such night, after a prolonged session of study, rewarding yourself with candies after every few pages, that one of the masked neophytes appeared at your door, bearing a message. The first invoker asks for your presence, was all the note had said. You adjusted your glasses and squinted at the fellow. He merely shrugged and returned to his duties. You quickly dressed and trotted to the Hall of Invokers. Entering, you stopped and with a yell lunged into a hug. A friend you'd not seen since you first became a mage. She's a priestess. Or she a priestess. She readily returned the hug until the first invoker cleared his throat. The invoker spoke. Yes, well, it seems your friend here has decided to ask the Arcanum to help in a particularly important quest. Specifically, she requested you. He raised an eyebrow at the words. You didn't need convincing. You'd already turned to start packing at the mention of help. Maybe you could both share candy recipes like you did when you were both fillies. The party resolved and returned to consciousness in new bodies. Flashes of memories of lives they never lived quicken their minds before they regained themselves. The unholy head turned once more to the party, screaming in silent rage. A mass of awful black tentacles rising. Let's see. And this is where the second part of the fight ensued. Proper. It was another long slog of a fight, with the wing continuing to heal and the tentacle continuing to blast out high-level attack spells. And I believe the head began to float into the sky and disgorge mass amounts of husks. Or it was either here or the next part of the fight. Well, not to give too much away.
But don't worry, I read ahead.
It's for the people listening.
I'm not even really looking so much at the shortened one because it's really skipped
Wrong.
pretty much everything.
It's really liking.
Yeah.
It's really wrong.
I don't think this is an episode that can be summarized.
Yeah.
No.
Combat-heavy episodes are difficult for the summary because it doesn't understand what's happening at all.
Good.
But the fight continues, and let's see.
Look at these, like, mostly not traumatized versions of us. Celeste, sorry.
That doesn't sound correct at all, honestly. Like, at all.
You're putting Ashley in a school and you're telling him he's not traumatized. Or her in this version.
It's true.
Yes.
Don't worry, it gets worse.
Yeah, and then I have to deal with this shit.
The fight continues, and eventually, once more, the party is ground down.
I think we took out one of the two side things in the second
Pretty sure that's true. I think it was...
round, because it then turned into an orbit of annihilation.
That's true.
How nice.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
it
think
just
it
got
was...
worse.
I think it was the tentacle? Or was it the... I think it was the tentacle. I'm pretty sure. the party managed to bring down the great slickened black tentacle, and as it did so, it collapsed in on itself, forming an orb of annihilation, which proceeded to consume the party, piece by piece.
Rude.
It was not ideal.
No. Let's see. As Ashley is crushed, the last standing member of the party, it is disturbingly easy to accept your demise again. It feels almost right to her. Or it's almost right to... Hold on. I lost my place. Feels almost right. As you lay down your burdens one final time, you feel a tug at the back of your mind. This, too, is a false end. Master, if you fall, all is lost, please. The power you need is here. We need only take it. Once more, consciousness is thrust upon you. You find that once again you are standing at the threshold of the temple, refreshed and healed. The doors swing inward readily. You enter once more, feeling that strange sense of familiarity and unease. The room black, more black than pitch, empty and filled with echoes. Within a lurch, the blackness begins to melt around you, and you find yourself standing upon a carpet of regal finery before the unbroken altar suspended in a void beyond ending. Starlight and clouds of stellar dust surround you in a cosmic shifting dance. A comet rockets past you, illuminating you as you take stock of things. Now, let me get the next bit of fun. Ready?
I still like that one.
Which one?
The Wonder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
really like all
I
of these.
personally, as the player, very much like this character.
She
Wonder.
looks like she had taken some Craig or something.
Potatoes!
Also, yeah. I love it.
Move these down, actually, so they're a little more easy to see. Except
The secret herald of Stonehoof.
that's true. Wander.
Potato,
You
potato.
knew you needed a goat.
Wander. You walked for hours under the cracked red sky. Hours. And at the end of the walk into the blasted Deadlands, what did you find? What had the seer sent you to when you demanded his wisdom? A corpse. A damned corpse. You sneered and kicked and yelled your rage. This was not what was promised to you. But slowly, the anger faded, replaced with something else. A thought. A plan. A smile touched your lips, a vile, broken thing. The ancient words of power spilled from your mouth in a torrent, the sickening glow on your horn reaching out in tendrils, ensnaring the hapless wretch before you. If you are my prize for this worthless trek, you spoke, then you will serve me until the ends of this world. The body contorted, long dead limbs snapping and moving. It rose as if puppeted from above, before settling back down on its small hooves. Its eyes fluttered and opened into an abyss black as the void, just as hungry and hollow. Without the slightest hint of emotion, the corpse child said, "Master, I am your creation. Give me your guidance." Aurora. After a long day scratching at the dirt, trying as best you could to drag something of value from the land, a potato, it is said, is a plant that could be grown from almost anywhere. You frowned and began to wonder how true that was. Looking to your ramshackle tent, you prepared yourself to tell your family, your many siblings, that once again Your family had no crops to sell for their landlord's rent. You tried not to think about how it likely meant you would lose the farm. It seems you're in a spot of trouble. You bleated in surprise and lowered your horns defensively. A tall, lanky unicorn in robes dirty from long travel stood near. He smiled. You assumed it was a pleasant smile. Ponies were so hard to read. Oh, don't worry, my little goat. I have an offer which you might like to hear. A gemstone floated before him as he continued to speak. But you were already agreeing to his terms. It meant your family could eat and stay in the city. He was a most generous stallion. Celeste. You had, despite your family's command, finally learned the rites to the incantation that was considered the first step to becoming a true witch. Not for you the endless days of cleaning your lord's mansion, hanging on his every word, obeying his every whim. You shuddered and began drawing the lines in chalk and lighting the candles exactly as prescribed. The candles popped and fizzed, and you closed your eyes tightly, chanting, hoping against hope that this would finally be your means of escape. The air sizzled with energy, and opening your eyes, you saw the shape in the middle of your magic circle. It was small and unformed, but slowly taking shape. Your heart leapt. These were results. But even as it did, the form began to lose cohesion and dissolve. You dropped the chance, wanting to cry, but the crackle of a unicorn's horn held you in place and relit the candles. The creature within the circle stabilized. You know, that would be impressive given your lack of training, but failure is failure. You turned. A stranger unicorn had happened upon your secret ritual, and he sounded disappointed. You lowered your head in shame. Oh, chin up, lass. You have potential. I'm sure we can come to an agreement on an apprenticeship. He tilted his head. It was like a dream you'd hoped for. You pushed down hard on the feeling that something was wrong with it all. Ashley. You were sleeping in your cave, calm, warm, and perfect. Or it had been until you detected the scent of an intruder. Raising from the pile of gold and gems you collected, you flexed your scaly wings and spit a spray of acid into the dark. There was a splash and a curse as Unicorn popped into view. He grimaced and tossed aside a cloak now smattered in acid. You smiled, already getting ready to douse the fool, when he held up a gemstone the size of his head. Oh, great Drake, I am sorry I disturbed your slumber, but I am come to ask if you would be interested in joining on a journey promising great riches and great power. This gemstone, you had already filtered the fool out, deciding you might as well take his money and his offer. His cave did seem a little too calm, after all. And that is when the third portion of this fight began.
Fucking Wanda. Don't like that guy.
Oh, would you play him in a one shot?
In a fucking heartbeat.
Yes.
I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about both of these groups for one shots.
Yeah, and noting that, like, in both of the other worlds, Wanda is the inciting incident.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
He is also the one that brought them here. So.
In parallel.
Let's see. The third fight begins, and no, it is here that the head begins to disgorge mass amounts of husks and hollows. The fight is hard fought, or the fight is hard won, but ultimately the group, constantly healed in these strange resurrections, while he who broke last is ground down. he is not recovered. It's the same, or he is going into each fight with the same he left the last fight with, whereas the group has been healed and their spells restored.
It's like he's fighting other us.
Something like that.
And also in the third fight, that the map again
Oh, yes.
advanced.
The
So-
map for the third was a long stretch of carpet, the blackened, unbroken altar itself, and nothing. A void of stars. Let's see. We'll pick back up with the synopsis and see if it has anything for me.
Well, I do remember
I mean-
that fight. The head ended in the end with guidance basically whacking it with so much strength damage that it eventually was reduced to strength 0,
Yes.
which I felt was an extremely suitable way for it to go.
And like, I'm sure that the synapses has something for you. I just don't know if it's what you're gonna want.
Fair. However, I do remember specifically how that fight ends. After all of the battle, all of the dragging it down, guidance reduced its strength to 0, and it fell to the floor, unable to move, as all of the husks and hollows that it had summoned throughout the entire course of the fight immediately turned and began to rip it to shreds.
Cool.
Let's see. Near the end? Ah, okay. As the fight ends, okay, here we are. Right. As the thing is being torn to shreds, Wander ran up to the altar and, dramatically sparking his new horn, lighting with pitch black energy and sparkling stars, shouting "Begone!" and cast dismissal upon the altar. The moment Wander touches the altar, the thing's eyes flared open, and bits of pieces of him began to go flying. The blasphemous entity contorted and twisted, and with an unearthly howl, the first sound you had ever heard it make, collapsed in on itself. Its struggles and screams, moans of rage, pain, horror, sadness, disbelief, flecks and pieces falling to the side as it rapidly decomposed until, standing before you, the vague shape of a pony. It slowly laid down on the altar, head resting on its forelimbs, and ceased moving. For a long moment, Wander, and without realizing it, you find yourself staring as if across a great gulf of black at yourself, staring back. One of you closes your eyes. At long last, an endless burden, an endless pain is removed from you. You smile before the silken touch of oblivion. Around you the stars swirl and bend, and you collapse to the ground. Your bodies aching and sore, bloodied, bleeding, and wounded. But you are you. You are laying in a room that is ancient and broken. The walls are scarred by blasts of long-forgotten magic, and a broken altar lies before you. Your spells, your magic, utterly drained, and your bodies have lost all their fight. But despite that, you feel like you've done something truly important. The altar stands broken. Without fanfare, you pass into a furtive sleep. Dreams of another time, dreams of another world, filtered through your unconscious minds. You grasp little of it, save those brief asides during your battle with the entity, which are now seared into your mind. Except, Wander, in addition to the memories of far-off places, you remember two things, one with vivid clarity, and the other you remember the events, the sounds, and the places, but not ponies around you. Let's see. And I will not read the next part of that. You do not know what time it is, but you find yourself coming awake from your slumber, your mind's refreshed and your body's still injured. And let's see. The group picks themselves up. Let's see. Okay. The group picks themselves up and decides that exploring the cave can wait. And they leave the broken temple. Or head to leave the broken temple. The temple gates are heavy, but move with effort. Standing outside the temple gates, you see the hollow creatures standing and staring at you, their pelts graying and cracked. As you prepare yourselves, one after another, they bow, and then lay upon their stomachs before crumbling into dust. All save for one, which approaches Wander, moving past you quicker than you can react. She places her lips upon his forehead before returning to the side of her fellows. She bows, a sad smile on her face, and ceases to be. The sounds of birdsong and the sight of sunlight flooding in draws you to the exit of the cave. As you head for the exit, you feel a wave of dysphoria for but a moment, and realize that even though you do not have context, you remember the lessons you learned in a life you never lived. And that's where we ended that session. So, Causal Echoes was a massive set piece.
Yeah. Hell yeah, it was. And I can't remember how late we went with it, but I remember it was certainly not later than any of us wanted, because we were not finishing that until it was done.
Yeah, it was a long session.
Yeah.
And worth it. Worth it.
That was magnificent.
I was very, very happy with how it all turned out. I actually have a recording of it.
I also seem to remember that you got those pictures from Coob with like a day to spare.
Yeah, it was pretty right before. Let's see. I will also...
And that's when we went from half to stop to full to stop. Because now we have, memories from other lives to draw our power from,
Sure.
whether we want to or not.
Oh, I should actually pull up the, yes. The portraits.
Fucking sweet tooth. Fucking hell.
I think I wrote a short story after this.
You did.
I don't remember.
Well, he was certainly alluded to in the other Celeste's bit, but starting from the next session onward, because we had a short story describing the events, this is when Drost came into existence.
It's true.
And then we never saw him again.
And then probably got ignored. Forgotten. Yeah.
All right.
Papa.
We got the portraits up here real quick. So going into this, what's that?
This is the alternate universe where guidance is cute.
Bitch.
I still like the detail on Sweet Tooth on this one. So,
Yeah. I really like all of the alternate characters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then we have these assholes.
And then there's these assholes.
So I pictured these alternate parties as entirely separate campaigns that had played out in the past. Goat.
Potatoes!
he's so happy.
And then this edgy motherfucker.
Look at that sneer.
Oh, it's glorious.
He lost his crackhead.
This is the universe where guidance is physically cute, but oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no!
It's very true.
And yeah, this is why Wanda has at every spell level one necromancy spell that he is never going to cast.
I like to think Wander looks at him and goes,
I don't remember if the conversation I had about my enhanced spell list made it into the next session or not. I guess we'll find out.
If the
I know why do I know disintegrate?
Why didn't I knew it earlier?
okay, so then yes, it was absolutely disintegrate that the tentacle was using. That does ring a bell specifically.
You had an opportunity to use the meanest spells you could think of, and you weren't going to waste it.
True. All right.
Wasn't it like that the Black Lightning had like a reflex save for half damage?
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember like Ashley easily cleared his reflex saves, but still took double damage because of her ice. So,
Yeah.
Rough being made of fire.
I mean, still, I was like each time the last one standing.
It's I mean,
then-
it's usually worked out pretty well for Ashley.
And
Usually.
that traumatizes someone a bit.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't have any ongoing trauma about being the only one to survive a horrible incident.
Yeah, like
Like,
seeing
that's not something that
someone
it,
staying up as yeah.
Do I not have a
That's
token?
certainly not something that's. What was that?
Do I not have a separate token for Drost?
No, you don't,
I guess not.
because I don't think such a thing exists.
Which is
I
funny
have only
because you
one
have a
picture of
discrete.
him,
I was
so-
going to say it's funny because you have a discrete picture of Drost, so you can easily make a token. Would you mind tossing me that so I can at least put it on the screen so people can see the Drost when it comes up?
Yeah, 1 second.
I mean, you can use to me my No, no, it's there.
But that brings us to session 77, breakdown.
Boy, I wonder
Put
what
it
that means.
lightly.
And I totally didn't have the goddamn song on my head every goddamn time I thought of this session. The title.
breakdown.
Yeah, that exact fucking one. All right.
Break it down now.
Break it down for me. All right, saved. All right, there we go. And I do believe that Drost was summoned after this session, like in between this session and the next.
I want to say so.
Because I know that's when you wrote the story and it was like right in between.
It either was between this session and the next, or the next session and the one after that. And I don't know which.
Yeah. Okay.
Either way, there's a little guy now.
Yeah. No, I'll go ahead and put it on the screen now. Not so little, but
Little.
Look, he tries to be big, compensating for Celeste's shortness. Oh no, he's covering Link. No.
Poor Link. Standing on Guidance's head.
you know what? You're right.
If you want to make it real accurate, gotta make him hang off the ear.
Is he hanging off the ear by his teeth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe the short story went something along the lines of like Celeste was looking through her new, like trying to figure out a new thing and just like constantly getting this really unpleasant headache that was doing it. And Wanda just came up. Oh yeah, I think you've just got a little bit like, hang on a second, leans in, grabs Dross and pulls him out. I'm like, where did that come from?
True.
There was an aura of what?
What?
Correct. The session opens with the party emerging from darkness into midday light, surrounded by nature, birds, breeze, and living wilderness, an almost insulting contrast to what they just endured. They barely have time to register before Wanderlost panics. Right. So there was something of a phantom horn that was on Wander's head as he came out of the ruins, which he immediately went to rip off of himself. He claws at his own face, at himself, like something stuck there, and like a part of him is wrong, attached wrong, grown wrong. With a frantic determination, he yanks and pulls until he successfully dehorns himself. A horn on him, a remnant of what the caved tried to make him. It comes off like it never belonged, and he exhales a shaky, bitter relief. And that's when Winter Walks comes running up, skidding to a stop, half elated, half alarmed, staring at them like she's seeing ghosts that decide to return to the world. Winter informs them they've been gone for an entire week.
Again?
Man, I hate it when that happens.
As you
Bloody
should.
time.
At least it was a short trip this time. Last time it's longer.
It's true, you didn't lose a month this time.
Okay, we didn't lose a whole month. We just lost a week.
Take what you can get.
Look, if we keep up this way, like eventually we'll go somewhere for a month and we'll come back and it'll be one day. Balance in all things.
Which is
At
worse?
this point, Hoof would like squint his eyes and go, I don't know if that's how that works.
I forgot. That's the the in-universe version of
Yeah,
this
that's for
whole
mine.
thing.
Hoof was getting the dossier on all your guys' bullshit.
I'm waiting for the time where we disappear to this other dimension and we come back the week before we left, and then have to have a week hiding from ourselves.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Simple. You'll go to an inn and you'll stay in your rooms and you'll sleep the entire time.
Look, I have a high enough disguise thing. I don't care.
This is true.
I don't
Oh no.
places a hoof on Stone Hoof's shoulder. I don't see that happen.
I'll just see myself in as an NPC that we encountered the week before. So.
The entire week before it happens,
He's a good person. He's a good person. He's not going to drug these assholes to make them sleep.
I can just see Ashley pranking himself if we were in that situation, just constantly.
See?
Yeah. Either that or inviting, being a handsome
Himself.
stranger who invites Celeste and Ashley to.
Hey, I noticed you from across the bar and I like your vibe.
The thing is, are we sure he wouldn't just approach himself and go, "Hey, I'm you. Do you want to give Celeste a gift?" Like,
That actually didn't cross my mind yet, but
yes.
We're going to reenact that one scene from The Watchmen.
Oh no!
I've never seen The Watch.
You're not missing much with the movie, especially. Let's see.
Dang. It was
So,
okay.
it's a Zack Snyder film. It really wasn't. Once Winter tells the group what's been going on, the moment they entered the cave, everything stopped. No husks came out of the cave. Any husks that were in the cave already crumbled. Let's see. She kept watch because she promised she would, but she expected hours maybe a day, but instead they were gone a week. The party's internal sense of time doesn't match that at all. For them, it was a relentless, immediate crushing. It was immediate, relentless, and crushing, but not a week. The mismatched lands of another violation of reality. Another proof that the cave was just breaking the rules of reality. Winter leads them to a nearby camp, disturbingly close to the cave mouth, with stew already simmering over a fire. As if she'd been preparing for the moment, they returned because she didn't know what else to do, but wait and feed them when they got back. Aurora drops by the fire. Celeste sits down, like her bones don't know how to hold her anymore. Sure. Wanders
I'll
attention.
accept that one, to be honest.
I guess after that last fight, sure. Wander's attention drifts and then snaps back and then drifts again. They're all present and not. For a few moments, there's almost peace until Celeste's restrained fractures like glass. She stares into the middle distance and then erupts. What was that? Not like a question, but like an accusation against reality itself. She collapses into herself afterward, shaking with rage and fear and disbelief. The cave wasn't just a battle, it was a violation of life, meaning, and fairness. Of all the rules Celeste relied upon to keep herself sane. Ashley moves in close, throws a wing over her, radiating warmth, not just for comfort, but not just comfort, but literal soothing heat. Winter, watching, swallows uncertainly and tries not to interrupt. She doesn't understand, but she understands that something terrible happened.
Lightly, yeah.
And then the party begins to talk about it. They tell her they died, not metaphorically, not we almost died. They died multiple
He died a
times
lot, guys.
and came back. Oh right, I forgot about that. Go ahead.
And despite having one death's worth of head start on everyone else, I was not more prepared for it than anyone else.
Oh, you got used to it? No, no.
Winter's confusion deepens when Celeste accidentally responds to her in fluent Unitan. Celeste freezes. She doesn't know Unitan. She never studied it. It shouldn't be there in her mind. But it is. And once she realizes it, her brain starts itching in that horrible way, like a thought trying to claw its way through her forehead. Winter stares at them like they've become strangers. Celeste tries to explain that they can't explain it quickly. Not yet. Not while their minds are still fractured into pieces of yesterday. And pieces of lives that weren't theirs. But even while she speaks, the party begins realizing something worse. What happened in there didn't just change them emotionally. It left residue. Skills, languages, and memories. Great writing. That is a trope of the way that GPT writes that is excessively annoying to me, particularly.
Yeah, the repetitive sentences.
Yeah, it left, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once food is distributed and the first frantic edge dulls slightly, the party begins trying to speak what they remember without breaking again. Celeste describes waking up not as herself, yet still herself, forced into another body and another history. A version of her shaped by violence and survival, like a gladiator. Okay, so why does Celeste get that specific format for recollection and no one else?
Because I'm the coolest.
Actually, it's not even mentioned. So,
Oh, no.
This was definitely only a thing that happened to Celeste and nobody else had similar trauma.
And Ashley's just like, well, in one of my things, I was a nerd. I don't want to talk about it. In the other one, I was a dragon. That's fucking cool. I'm cool.
what do you mean I was a dragon? I already am one.
Just a little, yeah. Let's see. There, version of her shaped by survival and violence, like a gladiator. A version of her shaped by servitude and occult desperation, holding Calamore, which was a broom. Or no, a mop. It was a mop, right? Or was it?
Same thing.
No, it's not. I
Look,
think it was a broom.
It was a broom.
I thought it was a broom.
Yeah, it
if
was
you
a broom.
make it wet, it's the other one. It doesn't matter. It's the same fucking object.
Wait,
I
no,
guess,
it was a mop.
Was it?
Calamup.
Nothing for it. Bring out the Marissa Celeste again.
It's mop more.
It's either a mop or a very worn
Floppy
broom.
broom.
It's probably enchanted. It's got some.
It wasn't enchanted.
It is now.
How else will she ride to battle? I do like the hat that she has.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that. It was probably obvious if you were looking, but you have both of Celeste's alternate selves also just happen to be references to other characters.
Yeah,
Because
I
the first
didn't
one was
ask.
Cloud.
I did not ask for that. Who
I
decided?
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was Cloud and the second was Marissa, and that's very funny to me.
I don't think it was ever mentioned their species very much. All right.
Of course.
Aurora remembers what it felt like to be someone regal be a princess specifically, but also remembers being a potato farmer.
The goat.
Yep, and he totally doesn't have proficient farmer on his sheet now. Really?
Let's see. Ashley remembers being both a student and powerful wizard. And also remembers being even more so a dragon.
Double dragon.
Wanda.
Billy and Jimmy?
Bimmy. Wander remembers both an extreme serenity, a calm life of a princess, or priestess, rather, and Guidance, her loyal hound. He also remembers...
So Aurora was the alicorn, no?
No,
As a princess.
Aurora was
Huh?
just a bat. Aurora was a bat princess.
Ah, yes, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I did notice that the synopsis did mention that Celeste's war gladiator was Saddle Arabian, so that was nice.
Yeah, his horse.
Horse.
Big, tall,
Wants.
busted
Big
strange.
But also Wanda remembers being a craven, power-hungry necromancer.
No, I don't.
That's called repression. That's not good.
Can you blame him?
No.
Let's see. Right. Celeste. Oh, it was this session this happened. Celeste, mid-conversation, suddenly realizes she can feel spells in her head that she shouldn't have. Reflexively, she rips out her spell book and begins writing fast, frantic, and feverish. And text in the writing is not her writing. Not her practiced horn script, not her elegant structure. It's the penmanship of a Celeste that existed somewhere else. Aurora examines it like a scholar staring at an artifact he wishes didn't exist. Celeste reads what she wrote, comprehends in a single horrifying beat, and her voice spikes with panic. Why do I know the disintegration spell?
Experience.
And then, as if fate wants to mock her, she adds another truth to the same stunned cadence. She also knows Fireball now. Not okay. I don't think that one hit quite with the same amount of force, to be honest.
Nope.
No.
Could you just asked any of us?
I wonder, when are you going to learn Fireball like the rest of us?
I've got guidance for that. Guidance knows how to cast Fireball.
Hey, Stonehoff, when are you going to learn how to cast Fireball?
No.
Don't you have a beaded necklace?
Yeah.
If
We
I-
have one of those.
where am
I think we gave that to Wander.
Let's
But
see.
I like to imagine that when Celeste is writing it, Aurora's just his eyes on the page, like fully contact. Gotta study this in detail.
Aurora still doesn't have Disintegrate in his spellbook.
Why not?
I'm not sure. I mean, writing spells takes time.
Sure.
And we never seem to get any.
But surely he wants that non-lethal disintegrate.
Haven't you explicitly said that I'm not allowed to have Merciful Disintegrate?
Yes.
I don't think he said not allowed, as opposed to your character would have extreme moral opposition to it.
Well, that too, but I kind of remember being told that Disintegrate can't be merciful.
I feel like that is the right decision for disintegrate. like a merciful finger of death.
It's just a wet willy.
Why does that sound like a horrible euphemism?
It's because death is a euphemism.
So, something tells me that the merciful version of disintegrate is just, oh, you don't feel it as it pulls you apart.
Molecule by molecule.
Just tingles.
Gust of wind.
Let's see. What follows is a lot of speculation about what the fuck happened in that cave. And as I'm not going to confirm or deny any of these theories, we're going to slide past those. Would anyone like to recount any theories, however?
I can go with shit's fucked.
Does anybody remember any of the theories you discussed?
I mean, like I know Wanda had some very involved theories that he, to some degree or another, didn't have. Like, he struggled with the vocabulary to actually express. But yeah, Wanda's theory, looking into it, was how we remember it happening there is not exactly how it happened there. It was more our brains trying to comprehend being shattered and reflected and fighting through other, it wasn't just us who was fighting. It probably wasn't even just the memories we have. There are probably countless versions of ourselves that are all struggling against this thing together. And the the only reason any of them won is that there is enough of us to together overwhelm the creature, and when we won, everyone won. But
Swarm
we
tactics.
lost, everyone would have lost. Which means that fucker is still out there somewhere, probably gaining power from this.
Like I said, I can't confirm or deny anything.
Yeah.
Straight out here, Zerging it. And by Zerging it, I mean, let's see.
Yeah, we were fighting something that no individual could hope to fully comprehend or
So something
combat.
that's missing. Didn't we pick up a statue from there?
Yes, the party found a fully intact alicorn statue within the temple. An alicorn stallion.
Yeah, because that was annoying me, because I was sure we found that there, and it doesn't mention it in the synopsis.
Yeah, the synopsis is very bad about mentioning some details. Especially in any combat-heavy session, it just loses its damn mind.
ChatGPT is real dumb.
Yeah.
So we're torturing AI, which I do enjoy. That's good.
Unfortunately, there's very few other choices than just straight up reading the chat log, which, as we've established,
Yeah.
ain't great.
No.
It's good to have, but
hard.
okay. The rest of the session, after counting theories and just trying to deal with what the hell happened, is the group trying to recover. I believe they take a few days, actually, before they continue on.
That's fair. Still over here going like, days? Why did there should have been weeks at least?
To be fair, they're in the wilderness right now.
My
Fair.
knee hurts, and that's concerning because I'm not sure what that means anymore.
Which brings us to session 78. Expeditions are dangerous.
No.
This is where we went back there to.
Okay.
There was unfinished business inside the cave.
Yeah. Yes, and the Aliquan statue is
Yeah, it must have been through here.
noted here.
Okay.
I thought that this was where we got the other thing from.
The what now?
The bell.
Oh no! So after a few days camping outside of the cave, the group moved back into the temple cave. They get the bell in the in later session.
Yeah, that was when we were climbing a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what the synopsis is saying, that we're climbing a mountain. Like focus of play, the climb turns dangerously fast, accumulating a
see.
brutal encounter with mountain wolves.
Okay, so
So, yeah.
let me check something here.
See, I'm not crazy.
We're all crazy here.
A little,
Celeste
Okay, so
Glimmerspark,
the reason
unicorn
that-
holy champion who fights like a living miracle with teeth. What?
What?
Yeah, these descriptions.
What?
Heals through punishment.
A living miracle with teeth.
Why with teeth?
So
You got
that
teeth, don't
just
ya?
described. That just literally describes an angel in this setting. Living miracles. That's just an elemental. Not so much the teeth part, though. I mean,
I'm so confused.
Although now you'd mention it.
I mean, an angel could bite.
gently.
It's only the eyes that need to remain closed.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, so the reason that it's mentioning the mountain wolves in this is because the party moved through the cave first before going onto the mountains.
I see.
Let's see.
The party reacts as they always do, by becoming a machine.
Fucking phrase. The way that
Transformers, more than meets the eye.
that's the other Hasbro property. No, there is a Transformers RPG. Let's see.
The party becoming a machine would be more of a Voltron thing, I think.
We managed to finish it in the third phase.
Just have to work out which one of us becomes a butt.
The butt gets the tail.
True.
What were you saying about the third phase?
We finished it in the third phase, so we didn't get to see the Transformers version of ourselves.
Well, I mean, we could always go back.
Oh, can we not?
The day begins with the party rising out of the uneasy, grimy rest, still coated in the cave's ash and foul dust, and still carrying the lingering aftertaste of things they would very much like to forget. The supplies are scattered, the patience is thin, and even the simple act of standing up feels like it requires a decision to keep going. Let's see. They return to the cave and press inwards. Okay, so it just names drops this out of nowhere. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next session, I guess. This is becoming a problem. Okay, so 78. Okay. So it is at this point that the party goes back into the cave to explore what they did not explore beforehand, because they were a little preoccupied with the horrible, horrible things that dwelt there.
Yeah, the dying part.
That too. I mean, that was a concerning thing. Let's see. All right, so the party returns to the cave and they go into the areas that were being carried out. Was a archaeological expedition that was fostered by and sponsored by the Arcanum, as well as the Librarium in conjunction with the Arcanum. The name of the leader of this expedition was revealed to be Etherstep, who was a relatively high-ranking member of House Conjurer. Okay. All right. Bunk rooms and work areas appear half-used and half-ruined, as if the expedition fled mid-thought. A silver lockbox sits on a desk marked with House Conjurer's symbol, with papers nearby are rendered useless, smeared, soot-streaked, and destroyed by ash and dust so thick it feels like it seeped into the fibers of the place itself. Beyond that, they find the cavern's grander architecture, walls that were once obsidian now shattered into dangerous edges, and massive doors with writing finally made legible by shifting rubble. Message carved in ancient celestial, the same message they found on the doors to the inner temple before. The party searches through what remains of the architecture, excavation teams, forward command area, broken pottery, shattered artifacts, and ruin after ruin, until they notice one object. In a far corner, a small alicorn statue, no bigger than half a hoof in height, glimmering with a rainbow metal sheen that seems almost too clean for the room it's in. Stranger still, it depicts a male alicorn, an image none of them recognize, and a detail that carries unsettling implications by itself. Celeste's appraisal confirms the statue's significance. It's made of pure star metal, star-forged and valuable beyond what most ponies would ever hold in their lives. It almost seems to reject the grime entirely, the way it stays pristine when everything else looks rotted by soot and invisible water damage that shouldn't be possible in dry stone. It's treasure, yes, but also proof, evidence this place connects to forces older and stranger than a failed dig. As they continue searching, the pattern becomes clear. This ruin isn't merely physical. Items here have the wrong kind of damage, like corruption gnawing at them from inside. The air is heavy with ash, and the longer they stay, the more the group begins to understand that what the ash is, a remnant of what they watched happen before their eyes. Let's see. They identify and recover what they can, a box of holding bearing Etherstep's name, and a spread of magical tools clearly meant for excavation and hazardous travel, footwear designed for impossible footing, implements meant to shape stone, and protections tailored for spell work done under stress. Among the most important finds Etherstep's spell book, packed with utility, movement, fog and field control, and high-end teleportation magic. Exactly the sort of arsenal you'd bring if you believed you might need to run, dig, or vanish in a hurry. Let's see. With the cave stripped... Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to pull up a thing here. Just find these. Okay. I have a small excerpt, a few pages, that With Damos's permission, I could read. A memory.
Certainly.
Okay. Both Guidance and Wander recall this with equal clarity and in exacting detail. This is a memory that Wander uncovered, well, I think right about now, actually. The camp was in an excited flurry that morning. The Arcanum wizards talking fast and upbeat over shared campsite dinner. The dig team finally found something much more substantial than all the urns and clayware they've been finding. You overheard with a flicking an ear. Not only that, but they found some writing. Oh? I hadn't heard that. The stallion's partner looked surprised. It was hard not to be infected with enthusiasm on display. Yes, and not only that, it's language that doesn't fit any known systems or alphabets. The unicorn who had been speaking took a moment to shovel his mouth full of eggs before he continued. It could revolutionize our understanding of, he swallowed, Welara history, even the history of Equus. Soft chuckle, and you turned. Your mother smiled down at you as she addressed her cohort. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves, the unicorns agreed, but you had the feeling they wouldn't let it rest so easily. Good morning, Ghost, your mom's lyrical voice greeted, and her subordinates had gone back to their work. I knew I'd find you at the fires, tending your duties. She poked your full belly. You gave a giggle as you embraced her, as she embraced you warmly. Mom, I know they're excited, but is it really that important? You asked. She smiled, that knowing smile. I think it may not be quite as important as they think, but it does seem very important too, as far as I can tell. Oh, and before you wander off, I want you to come with us onto today's dig. You're surprised, getting to your hooves, bouncing a little already. Really? She nods. She laughs and nods. In fact, her horn lights up its gentle green glow, and hidden nearby, a white leather satchel lifts itself into view. It slides to you, and you gleefully take it into your hooves, opening it to reveal a small journal with pens and ink. I thought you should watch what we're doing and write down everything you see tonight. I know the scouts would be impressed, and you'd be helping with important research. You gasped and pounced your mom with a hug. Yes, I've been waiting. You can count on me. She returned the hug, laughing. All right. Go get yourself ready. We'll be heading out soon. You had disappeared in a blink without even thinking, leaving behind with a, okay, I'll thank you. I love you, Mom, very much. It had been many hours, and the digging team had finally pried open the doors of the final room. It was an old temple, it seemed, run down and broken, but the walls were scratched with strange symbols. Your mother's subordinates swarmed the room, investigating everything in sight, and you as well, in that rush of excitement, scoured the room. Eventually the symbols were transcribed, and the mages, satisfied with the first day of exploring the innards of the temple, slowly began to return to camp. All returning save your mother, who seemed transfixed by the broken altar. The break on this seems odd. She placed a hoof under her chin and tilted her head. You mimicked her movements, not sure exactly what you were looking for. Her horn lit up as she chanted, and glowing white sigil appeared on her forehead. As she chanted, a great unblinking eye that floated above the ground made itself manifest. You hopped and waved a gleeful hello at your mother's eidolon, Chuck. You loved Chuck. Your mother waved the room around you and gestured to her extra-dimensional friend. Can you take a look at this with your sight? The eye made a nodding motion and began to glow a soft green. You felt it strange that your mom relied on her summoned help to use divination on her behalf, but Chuck's results were always impressive. At least, they were. As Chuck lit with magic from within, the scratched symbols on the walls burst into red-black lashes of energy, wrapping Chuck in their embrace and draining him dry. Your mother's sigil flared and popped as Chuck melted away from this reality. The symbols, now fed, began to glow a darker, baleful light as they interlinked. The sounds of grating chains took your attention away from the walls as a great shockwave of energy knocked you back as broken shards of shadows erupted from the altar. Your body slumped to the ground and you realized you were watching yourself from behind, even as the black shards of shadow ripped through you again. You do not know what happened then as you passed into swirling black unconsciousness. The world filled with blinding light, pain, and concussive sound, followed by a ringing as you shake yourself suddenly awake. It hurts to move, but you can move. It hurts to think, but you can think. As you work your way back to full consciousness, the dreams fall away. Memories fall away. An intense need to protect takes hold in their place. Everything is new again. Let's see. And that was an excerpt of what Guidance recalled in that moment. Let's see.
I will also note that like the "everything is new again" was a line that also appeared in the original excerpt, the original piece from Wanda's
Awakening. Yeah.
Awakening. Yay!
Yay!
Trauma.
We all get a little bit traumatized. I don't.
Builds trauma never hurt anyone.
What's that?
Yes, trauma is character building.
With the cave stripped of what they dare carry, they regrouped with Winter, pack hard, and begin the long return to Saddleburg. It takes the rest of the day to get back, and by nightfall the party is exhausted in a specific way that comes from hours of forward motion while trying not to think about what's behind you. At the Wayside Inn, they finally get the chance to wash the cave out of their coats and manes. The ash comes off, but the feeling stays. Even the warmth and shelter, the party acts like travelers who don't fully trust the room above them to keep reality from bending again. That sounds accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird how having that happen twice makes you be a little nervous about it happening again.
Celeste attempts to push her luck by experimenting with a spell from Etherstep's book, Greater Callback, an advanced bit of magic that should be handled carefully. The attempt goes wrong in the harmless but humbling way. Instead of mastering the spell, she ends up abruptly displaced into an awkward collision. What the fuck? Sure. Okay. All right. That does not explain anything that happened. Sure. There was a mishap with the spell that Celeste was trying to use and learn.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that
But I
either.
do remember what Greater Callback does. So I can only imagine that Dross got yeeted into her head.
It's a sound correct. Let's see. By morning, the party commits. They seek out Surefoot, the mountain guide, who's already preparing and waiting, crossbow ready, rope and pitons packed, and a notebook full of checkpoints, like someone who knows exactly how many different ways a mountain can kill you. He warns them plainly, the fog doesn't behave like normal fog. Visibility drops without mercy, and the trail punishes separation. He has them tie themselves to a rope line for safety. Let's see. Guidance says he doesn't need a rope, and he makes that clear, but he stays close anyway, prowling in the party's shadow and reappearing where it's needed. Quiet assurance of something predatory guarding its own. The climb begins almost peacefully. Goats move across the slopes of the mountain, or like the mountain belongs to them. And in a way it does. I would say quite literally it does. This is their mountain. The air bites cold, or let's see. But as the group reaches the point Shorefoot marks as the trail's true beginning, the mood shifts. The fog thickens, the air bites colder, and somewhere across the mountains, a church bell rings. Its sound carrying too far, too clearly, like the peaks of themselves are listening. They climb for hours through the winding trails, passing marble pillars that serve as ancient trail markers. The path grows dangerous, forcing constant attention. A rockfall test comes suddenly, one of those moments where the mountain doesn't attack, but simply moves, and the movement is enough to erase travelers from the world. The party scrambles and survives barely, with adrenaline spiking as Shorefoot visibly reassured that they are at least competent enough to not die immediately. Like, sure.
Okay. We won't die immediately.
Yeah,
Just
like
repeatedly.
we certainly have no history of dying. Avoids eye contact.
Look, I got my dying out of the way when I was younger. I've built up a resistance.
Look,
That's how that
hey,
works.
that was like an ancient, horrible being of ultra doom, and this is merely a mountain. Come on, give us some credit.
Oh, don't the mountain.
Flash cut. Shit, mountain got hands.
Oh,
Mountain got hooves, which actually is.
I would like to point out that the deity that the goats fear and worship is called often the shadow under the mountain.
Yeah, but that's the shadow under the mountain.
Don't the mountain. Don't.
Oh, shadows. I'm good with shadows. I'm
Let's see. Then the mountain shows what it really keeps. A rolling stone halts on the cliffside at an unnatural pause.
I think it's going to gather dust.
Let's see. Where is it? Then the stone begins to roll back up the mountain, and Surefoot shouts the warning with a raw panic in his voice. Mountain wolves!
Cue the, oh, they're so cute. Oh, God!
They're so cute. They got teeth.
The creatures strike from the heights like living avalanches, massive, brutal, and absurdly strong. Surefoot opens the fight with a crossbow shot, but the response is immediate and savage. One wolf slams into the ground with enough force to leave him badly wounded in seconds, reminding everyone that guide doesn't mean protected. I mean, sure. Oh, here is the part where the ponies leave behind their flesh and become a machine. I see. The party reacts as they always do, by becoming a machine. Right. There's a brutal fight that ensues. Let's see. I don't really want to read the combat log of the synopsis per se, but yes, the group fights a pack of mountain wolves here. Mountain wolves, in context for Welara, are born of the exact same energies as timber wolves are in, say, the forests of Equestria.
But out of mountain.
What's that?
But
out of mountain, yeah.
But out of mountain.
They have the same energizing, restorative powers as well. If you recall, timber wolves rebuild themselves after they've been destroyed.
Yeah.
And so do mountain wolves.
But these are rocks.
Yes. I felt the pun was too perfect to easily reproduce with the term mountain wolf. You know?
It's fair.
Yeah. But luckily, I just learned a new spell.
It's true. This is where Celeste. I think this is the only point when Celeste has really used this spell.
I think I
Is
blew up a wall once.
against an actual enemy, I should say.
Don't forget about the utility of disintegrate.
The utility-dility.
Plus, if for some reason Aurora ever messes up a force wall and places it somewhere he doesn't mean to,
Despite that you can
You got
just
him.
dismiss it.
I mean, he might be knocked out. Who knows?
Fair enough.
Things happen with this party,
Okay. If an enemy ever places a force wall,
Fair. All right. With that fight gone, let's see. In the gravel left behind, Wander finds something confirms that what their eyes suspected mid-battle. A large jade stone, the same color as the wolf's eye gems, is taken as both trophy and warning, the proof that the mountains... Right, okay, sure. Wander discovers the cores of these mountain wolves in the wreckage of the mountain wolves' destroyed bodies. The cores that the mountain wolves will reform around if they're not taken or destroyed.
I'm gonna eat it.
Even after that, the party continues upward. Surefoot leads them to an ancient marble walkway, climbing toward the summit like a spine of a forgotten temple. The fog thickens into near opacity, and the sun begins to sink, and the world becomes pale, cold, and muffled. Sound swallowed the moment it's made. At last, the trail crests into something that resembles a caldera, a mountain basin scooped out of the peak. Whether it is a true volcano scar or simply a shape carved by age and force, it feels like the place was meant to hold something. The party makes camp on the southern edge of what Surefoot came to find. Aurora raises a protective shelter. Celeste is too exhausted to do anything more than surrender to sleep, and even the most stubborn among them can feel the weight of what they've chosen. Let's see. They're here now. The easy road is... Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm just going to dismiss that and move on.
So, I needed to be pointed out. Stonehoof would actually absolutely look Wander in the eye like, did you actually eat it?
Wander's silence is disturbing.
Stones are not food.
To be clear, even if he thought it was candy, I doubt Wander would be tempted.
Yep.
Let's see. Which brings us to session 79, the Whispering City. And I am absolutely going to need to pull up the actual log for the Whispering City. Okay. Okay, there was a fair amount of bookkeeping at the start of that session. Here we are. All right, I am going to continue with the synopsis first, though. Party begins the session. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. The party begins the session doing the most dangerous ritual known to adventurers, distributing loot.
Well, I mean, it's not wrong.
Loot, 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 loot.
Okay. The hut is described as distressingly Spartan, stripped of the usual warmth and whimsy that should accompany it. It doesn't feel like a safe magical home. It feels like the idea of one printed in grayscale. Sure. The party immediately clocks the implication. The mountain's atmosphere, the city's influence, or the terrain's ancient saturation is interfering with magic in subtle, intimate ways. Was that actually the implication at that point? I don't believe it was, but sure. Surefoot joins them inside, visibly overwhelmed by the simple shock of comfort after that hike. The party feeds him, gives him a place to breathe, and perhaps more importantly, gives him a space where he is not alone with whatever he's chewing out his nerves. 1 second. Sorry about that. My sinus has been draining all day and it's starting to gag me.
You're going to get nothing but sympathy from here, I show you.
Let's see. Then Surefoot does something unexpected. He apologizes. He acknowledges how he reacted to Celeste asking about goblins in the past, how he shut down and lashed out when the party asked about taboo subjects, about the broken children, about things people in his culture are taught to fear and refuse. He doesn't make excuses. He simply admits that the party has earned better than reflexive hostility.
But Goats are so good at that.
When the day comes, the party moves from camping near the city to entering it. Okay, that's... The environment is immediately wrong in a way that's hard to quantify. Sound carries strangely. The air presses against the lungs like it resents being breathed. And the city itself seems to bounce with voices of those long gone. Whispers. Constant whispers.
Exactly the sort of place you want to take a group that is currently suffering from unreality feedback and general trauma.
Yeah.
We just dealt with creepy
traumas.
ruins. Why does it have to be creepy ruins again?
In the creepy ruins defense, we were just kind of setting out to, do an archaeology, which is generally all about ruins. And it's like a 50-50 chance at that point if they're going to be creepy.
Around here, it seems to be a 100% chance.
Okay, so the ruins are a little haunted. Whatever, get over it.
It's here that the group has a long conversation about the reign of madness, about Discord and alicorns specifically. They show Surefoot the alicorn statue that they found. Someone suggests... What's that?
We're just gonna blow this poor goat's mind. Like, now that we've got you here and alone.
He was rude.
I will point out that this city was known as the City of Alicorns. That this was the place that alicorns dwelled before, well...
They became gods.
Before they disappeared, except for Luna and Celestia. So it is...
I can't remember whether it was exactly here or it was earlier when we were looking at that temple and Wanda's like, this seems like a temple to Luna, but like there's nothing actually resembling Luna here. And it's like, no, this is the temple to like the night. The night has not always been Luna.
Wanderlust. The site was defiled very, very badly, but it was supposed to be for Luna. It's literally right here in this session I'm looking at.
Alright, fair enough.
It's just interesting that it was like literally on the same page, and it was like where I was looking. Surefoot is very skeptical and does in fact explain that the night has been around for a very long time before Luna was ever named. So,
And that blew Wanda's mind.
as it would, yeah. Let's see. At times,
I don't know
the
how to feel about
whispers and sounds in the city resemble that of music. Harps, lyres, soft singing layered with distant sense of crowds and life. In other moments, they feel like intimate, personal moments. Party proceeds carefully with practical discipline. Sure. They keep close and they avoid unnecessary risks and treat the ruins like they could collapse at any moment. So the Whispering City is a ancient, broken ruin of a city in the caldera of a mountaintop, where at the very center is a great depression in the mountaintop, where any of the buildings that are nearby it seem to have slipped and fallen into. It is clear that the depression at the center feels like something was scooped out. Let's see. Surefoot is documenting everything he sees because this is the first time anyone has ever made it to this city. The city was long theorized to exist, but never actually seen. This would
At
be...
least no one who's seen it has come back.
That is the other potential. Yeah. Let's see. The group's investigation leads them towards what should have been the city's heart, the temple complex. What they find isn't merely ruined. It's catastrophically destroyed. There's a vast pit, an absence where something immense once stood. And the nature of that absence tells a story all by itself. It wasn't a peaceful decay or a slow abandonment, or even a conventional battle. There was something closer to a magical catastrophe. Let's see. The party becomes very cautious here, and guidance becomes more insistent. Surefoot looks physically pained, but refuses to stop.
Yeah, I remember guidance was very like, something horrible. Like he was in full, semi-meta, just going, there's gonna something terrible's gonna happen here. Everyone needs to go. Like everyone needs to just stay together. It's gonna happen, but we need to.
That's not being meta. That's just plain old pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was essentially that guidance was expecting another He Who Broke Last to just pop out of it, the thin air,
Pretty
right in the middle
much.
of the city.
To be fair, I think we all were.
And to be even more fair, everyone was hearing whispers, like
Yeah.
very distinct whispers. Let's see. See if I can actually find any of the examples of these whispers. Ah, here we are. The sounds of chattering, happy citizens surround you, walking through the city square. The winds whistling overhead seem to carry a song as the crowds gather. You yourself are giddily trotting ahead. All right, this was an impression of a memory, actually. A half-remembered snippet from your dreams. Let's see. You yourself are giddily trotting ahead. It's an important day, after all. In the distance, the telltale clang of church bells fill your heart with glee. Today is the day. You hear the brilliant... You near the brilliant white building, so adorned in gold, ivy and flowers at the entrance. It's her. Your heart flutters. Even at a glance, she smiles, looking directly at you, and you awaken with a start. Let's see. So at this point, I was actually jumping back, it looks like. This was a dream that Wander had the just before waking up to leave to the city. So I'm looking way far back here. Okay. Okay. Columns, likewise shattered, guide the path of the city. The air here feels as thick as before, but there's a tingle at the back of your minds, as if someone is speaking to you, just out of earshot. But the wind is calm, protected by the walls of this bowl of rock. The vague shapes of great broken buildings line the shattered streets, and Surefoot gawks with an open mouth. Okay. Right. Okay. So, magic cast within the Whispering City doesn't. At this point,
No.
yeah. At this point, Ashley attempted to assume a form of flame, but it did not work. Let's see. As if the magic were simply swept away. And okay.
And then everybody got 80,000 times % more nervous.
Wanderlost heard the market. Wonderful. Celeste heard flowers. Sunlight pretty. Aurora heard. Did you see? So gorgeous. Ashley heard. Should have seen the look. Guidance hears nothing. In fact, I believe Guidance thought everyone was gaslighting him at this point, as he is the only person in the party who heard none of these things. No whispers at all. Wanderlost heard, ceremony was so beautiful. Celeste heard, I don't know, he's been out for most of the day. Aurora heard, what did you bring for dinner? Ashley heard, I think the market still has them. Aurora hears cheerful laughter. Celeste hears a soothing sigh as two voices greet one another. Ashley hears children playing some sort of game. Guidance is Carver. Oh. Wanderlost hears... What the... One moment. I have to talk to Mothra. Okay. I don't know why I'm getting a notification at 4:30 in the morning about a game on sale on Steam, but sure. But yes,
Why not?
this continued throughout the majority of their time in the city. Just strange voices. Nothing hostile. No enemies, no threats. Just voices of ponies going about their day. Talking about something big. A ceremony in the city. And the vague memory of someone being very excited about it. Okay. The party, upon reaching the central city and seeing the great temple complex partially collapsed into the great pit in the center of the ruins, decides to, let's see, I think Guidance decides to actually try to go into the temple to explore the crumbling ruins. I'm pretty sure it was Guidance.
He does have the advantage that, like, he's really good at not getting crushed by things, and even if he is...
It's true.
It was Guidance, and also I think Drost was there. See, at this point, I wasn't forgetting him.
True.
He was still shiny and new.
Drost would be very upset if you called him new. Let's see. But either way, Guidance, definitely, I'm pretty sure Guidance attempts to enter the central temple to try to explore it a little bit while everyone else is keeping notes. Exploration continues, methodical, tense, and constantly undermined by the atmosphere of being watched by something that may not even have eyes anymore. Then the mountain comes to where the city stops being merely unsettling and becomes. What the fuck does that sentence even mean? Okay, I'm just going to delete that from the log. What the fuck? The mountain groans, not metaphorically. The rock moves. There's a sudden sickening lurch in the terrain where the world has decided it no longer owes gravity to anyone in particular. The party feels the path shift beneath them, unstable, treacherous, ready to throw them. And then the temple begins to topple. It's not a dramatic collapse of destruction. It is a building so old that it can no longer hold itself together, being stressed by someone attempting to walk its halls.
And mundane dangers.
Okay, it was actually Aurora did go in as well. Aurora, Surefoot. Yeah, it looks like several of the party members attempt to go into the temple. Let's see.
I thought because we were split up before, we weren't splitting up now, so...
Yeah, the synopsis is really... Go ahead.
While a lot of the strange phrasing is good, but the phrase "the world has decided it no longer owes gravity to anyone in particular," I actually really like that line.
Occasionally, GPT will write things that are really good. Usually not.
Occasionally.
Sometimes the phrasing is really nice. But usually it's garbage. Let's see.
Monkey, typewriter, yada yada.
Yep. Right. The collapse. Let's see. As the dust settles, the whispers return. Slowly at first, cautiously, approaching the edge. Let's see. Right. The sounds of the city swell again. Life, music, the impression of a living population moving in echo. And then Wander hears something distinct. Not the ambient murmur, not the crowd music, a voice. A direct phrase, intimate and targeted. It was never your fault. Wander freezes because he recognizes immediately that this isn't the party speaking, and it isn't the city murmuring thoughtlessly either. It was addressed. It was trying to reassure him like it knows, right, like it knows him. He shushes the others, eyes scanning the mist. Celeste notices the shift immediately. Ashley pauses. Aurora watches Wander with the careful stillness of someone trying not to startle a spooked animal. Sure. Guidance, meanwhile, has the reaction of someone who hears a distant door unlatch in the dark. This is the cue to leave. Wander, however, catches something else, something visual. A figure. Brief, half-glimpsed, moving through the fog, just out of reach. Not enough to identify, not enough to follow safely, but enough to prove one thing. Right. That horribly written. Okay.
And it's just like, we're out, we're not dealing with this, we have enough problems, out.
Time to leave!
Surefoot steps forward, quietly invoking the part of himself that is trained for exactly this. Ranger discipline, tracking instincts, the refusal to let a mystery remain abstract. If someone passed this way, he wants to know. He wants to confirm. He wants to force reality to admit what it's doing. Okay. But let's
Same.
Reality laughs at you.
True. This is actually where the session ended. Let's see. Which brings us to session 80. Everyone falls, rocks die. I thought some might appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
It was pretty great.
It's one of those things where it's like, that's stupid, but it's also fantastic.
It's also quite literal. The mountains do not merely resist the party's passage as they try to leave the city. As the expedition presses forward through the high pass, the ringing bells that have stalked them through the peaks reach sudden crescendo, and the world violently gives way. An avalanche hits like a living thing. Snow, stone, and air become a single crushing force that tears the trail out from underneath them. The party is thrown into chaotic, brutal descent. They aren't granted the mercy of clean freefall. Wind and terrain batter them the entire way down, turning the slide into a grinding, injuring tumble through jagged stone and choking snow. When it finally stops, the survivors, all of them are surviving. The party, I will replace the word survivors right now. The party discovers...
No, let them discover that, like, over time.
Verse 2.
The party discovers their first horror. They're separated. Celest, Aurora, and Surefoot come to first, half buried in drifted snow and loose rubble. Aurora is down hard, alive but stunned and slow to wake, while Celeste forces herself into motion through the cold to triage wounds and keep the panic from becoming a fatal delay. Even Surefoot is scraped and bleeding, scared or shaken by the violence of the collapse. Not far away, Ashley claws through the snow in frantic determination, digging Wanderlust out. Let's see. Wanderlust out before the mountain can bury him completely. Ashley doesn't waste time on fear. He does what he always does under pressure. He turns urgency... Okay, sure.
He turns urgency to fire, more like.
Literally, heat rolls off him as he works melting the snow and dragging Wander to safety, then forcing healing into battered bodies before shock and exposure can take them. Above everything, the bells keep ringing. And worse, they sound closer than they should. The mountains don't give them time to stabilize themselves. Stone-bodied wolves descend on the survivors again.
It saw we fell and it imagined a lot of people died.
I mean, technically it's correct.
They died, but they were already dead. So
true, dead but still. Let's see.
To be fair, a lot of us did die. Just, that was a different time.
yeah, that was before that. That's fine. It's already happened.
The party's immediate survival becomes a raw scramble. Celeste forces herself in the center. Okay, there's a fight.
Yeah.
Even after the party stabilizes one attacker, the fight refuses to feel clean. Okay. Wolves are stubborn, unnatural, and punishingly resilient. Every moment spent trading blows is a moment the environment itself can kill them. Let's see.
Take coordinate. What? We don't do that.
It's been known to occasionally
we
happen.
turn into a machine.
I mean, it's me and Wander. Like, I'm pretty sure we did. Nah, it's no coordination there.
Nah.
No offense, Wander.
Yeah, the two groups
100%.
Yes, for a little. So yes, the group was separated in this. Aurora, Celeste, and Surefoot were one group, while the other group was Ashley and wander, which I believe I had you all roll to see which side you would fall on. If I
That
remember
sounds
correctly.
familiar, yeah.
Yes,
But-
and then split it into Team Bookworm and Team everyone else.
Pretty much.
Team
The
bookworm, team
bookworms
illiterate.
versus the faces.
The fact that Wander is considered to fall on the jock side of the jock nerd spectrum.
I think it's a default just because the fact he didn't know how to read at first.
Makes a good point.
True.
Look,
With-
the two who actually motivate the party are together, and the other two who do stuff are together. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, you get them near a library, they'll be pretty motivated.
After the party separately fights off their individual packs of mountain wolves, they search for each other through a mounting blizzard. With the paths collapsing and the weather turning uglier by the minute, the party's next priority becomes reunion. The bells and fog create an oppressive sense of being watched, and the worst possibility hovers over every decision. That one half of the group will walk forever in the wrong direction and freeze before the others can find them. They improvise a signal system, brilliant fireworks that punch through the darkening sky, paired with lower, steadier magical lights to guide direction and distance. It works, not perfectly, but enough. The two halves of the party converge, again in the choking cold, drawn together by light and stubbornness. Light and stubbornness? The relief is real, but brief, because the environment is still trying to kill them, and the bells have not stopped. Ahead, the trail opens into a fork marked by two ancient marble columns, one carved with the sun, and the other the moon. They stand unbroken, despite everything around them, like the mountains reluctantly admitting that someone once traveled there safely. No one recognizes the the markers, not even Surefoot. That makes them less comforting, not more. But they do offer one thing, enough space to stop running. Aurora conjures shelter, solid walls against the wind, a roof against the snow, and a precious pocket of warmth and breathable calm. The house that forms is wrong in a way that makes every pony pause. Right, okay. So it's just describing again what this spell has been doing. That is doing weird shit. In this case, the shelter was filled with cairns, stacked stones like grave markers or warnings. Party doesn't have the luxury of refusing this shelter. They step inside anyway because hyperthermia does not care about aesthetics.
Imagine freezing when you have Ashley.
Let's see. The party settling in, trying to feel safe, when Guidance notices movement in the fog. Something approaches from an unexplored route, not the way the party came. Guidance slips out into the white-gray world with practiced silence, stalking close enough to see the fog, what the fog hides. Another stone wolf. But it isn't the same as the earlier pack. This one carries a faint greenish glow, like fresh magic still clinging to its shape. Less natural predator and more newly assembled weapon. And as it arrives, the bells toll again. Harder, sharper, and another wolf emerges. Then another. The party realizes the truth in a cold rush. These wolves aren't just hunting them, they're being produced for them. Wanderlust studies what he can through the chaos and reaches a grim conclusion. The green wolves feel new, like something in the mountains is making them right now, shaping them from the local stone with local stone and willpower, rather than summoning them from elsewhere. They're being manufactured on demand, which means waiting here is suicide. Guidance doesn't waste time arguing. While the others fight to keep the shelter from becoming a tomb, he moves towards the bell's direction, towards the western route the group hasn't explored. In the fog-choked distance, he finds it, a raised stone platform, and upon it, a towering stone entity, an idol, an effigy, with an enormous bell the color of molten gold integrated into its form. The ringing's not incidental, it's not background, it's a command. 2 wolves linger near it, unnaturally transfixed, as if the bell's song is the only instruction they need to exist. Let me find a token here. An earth elemental. Guidance engages, drawing its attention and trying to break the conductor before more wolves can be born. The party pushes through the whiteout to assist, and the fight becomes messy, violent, and disorienting. Fog turns the distance into lies. Shapes appear too late. The wolves strike out of nowhere and vanish, return into murk. The green glow makes them look half ghostly at the edge of sight, like the mountains dreaming predators into reality. Let's see. Here ensues a fight. All right. Again, I don't really want to read GPT's synopsis of fights. It doesn't do them very well.
Correct answer.
The party pushes through and does eventually contain the pack of wolves. The gigantic earth elemental at the center of the battle had been ringing it and literally dropping wolves, newly formed, from it. Let's see.
I believe we had our own summon, like, Rick. Aurora summoned their own summons to counter the summons that were on the field.
Yes.
Yeah, summons are
And-
fun.
Wanda decided to go, well, I'm all about summons. How about I try ringing the bell and see what happens? And that ended poorly.
Let's see.
Wanda got unsummoned.
All right. We haven't got to that part yet, but yeah.
Bad.
I thought it was part of the fight. I can't remember.
I don't.
But yes, Wanda likes this spell. Wanda wants to play it.
All right. Wanderlust realizes the bell simply can't be outfought forever. If the pack leader stays active, the pass will keep generating wolves until the party collapses. So he makes the decision that is equal part bravery and desperation. He attempts to banish whatever animates the bell-bearing thing. Less kill it and more turn it off. Magic circles the pack leader in concentric rings. What's that?
It's not desperation, it's just good sense.
Despersense.
Inspiration.
Be gone.
Good desperation. So the stone idol rears back, locks in place, and then crumbles, collapsing into rubble as if the spell didn't destroy it so much as invalidate it. What is that? The bell remains behind, a massive golden weight of metal, ringing one last time with a peal that feels like it shakes the bones of the mountains. Let's see. But the gamble has a cost. The banishment effect catches more than intended, snagging summoned forces in the wake of its collapse. Guidance's manifested support is torn away in a magical backlash, leaving the party abruptly without some of the tools they were relying on at the worst possible moment. And they're still fighting the wolves. Yes, so that does happen in the middle of the fight. Without their conductor, the wolves are still dangerous, still glowing, still eager to kill, but they've lost the central thing that makes them, they're still lost in this, The party grinds them down with practiced violence, ending the fight not with elegance, but with grim inevitability. Sure. When the wolves...
It could be two things.
When the last of the wolves fall, the mountainside changes. A blessed silence, absent of the strange, sacred ringing. Guidance, still bristling in the aftershock of being completely removed from the battlefield by someone else's spellwork, moves to the bell. He grips it carefully, trying not to ring it. Do you remember what happened in the unsummon?
Wanda rang the bell while trying to call back guidance, and it ended up with him being suddenly in a space of endless shadow, and that, like, basically he got booped over to the plane of shadow, which was not healthy for him. But guidance was like, you can't be here.
Yeah, no.
I don't remember exactly like how they got back after that, but
Okay. See if I can find anything about
I
it.
also seem to remember like ringing the bell and like hundreds of small wolves popped out or something like that.
Tiny little wolves.
I believe it was, in fact, tiny, tiny wolves.
Kitty, what are you doing?
Trying to see.
Kitty has demanded cuddles.
Well, I mean, you can't say no to that.
I am no longer allowed to draw, for Kitty has demanded cuddles.
Kitty has occupied the workspace.
Yep.
Wanda finds himself in a place that isn't another location so much as an absence, black sand under hoof, different sunlight, a silence that feels oppressive because it isn't really quiet, it's disconnected. Guidance appears there too. Even he seems disturbed by the sensation. He doesn't remember this place. Like, he doesn't... When he's not summoned, he doesn't really exist. And yet.
And that maybe he was wrong.
Mm-hmm. And Celeste is like, ring the bell again, see what happens.
Yeah, if it doesn't work once, it doesn't work twice. Just do it a third time.
Well, actually, it did work the second time. We got Wanda and Guidance back, and then Surefoot says, "Stop fucking touching the bell."
Sensible goat.
No.
And Wanda's like, "But
I want to touch it.
But I wanna."
I want to play. The bell is hauled back to the conjured shelter and set beside it like they captured a god's tooth. Sure.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst description, I suppose. Surefoot immediately begins studying it with the focus of a pony.
Pony.
How dare you?
Pony.
Surefoot begins studying it like...
with the focus of a pony. Like that, like ponies have a lot of focus sometimes.
With focus of a goat who understands on instinct that the object is different, that the object is the difference between we died here and we lived long enough to regret it later. Okay. It's great options. Inside the Karen-filled house, the party finally eats like survivors instead of runners. Okay.
What? Oh, yeah, okay.
Sure. Outside, the mountains remain cold, fogged, and hostile. But for the first time since the avalanche, the bells are quiet. With that quiet, and that quiet is its own kind of victory. Session ends here. Exhausted, alive, and holding a golden answer that may as well be as dangerous as the question. I'm going to delete that because that doesn't make any sense for any of the context. Removal.
Aurora Shimmer, Pegasus wizard who plans ahead, tracks everything, and increasingly refuses to let the party freestyle danger.
Like, you were like, ChatGPT, stop drawing conclusions that don't exist.
Unfortunately,
Wanderlust, Earth Tony Summoner with a dangerous curiosity and a habit of accidentally kicking reality in the ribs. I like that.
sometimes sometimes the descriptions are interesting.
It's wrong, but I can still appreciate it. Actually, no, that's not entirely wrong. But
Well, the either part and Ashley is right, so that's something.
That brings us to session 81, rewards and negotiations. Emergency heater in harsh climates, correct. Okay, I broke this into acts for some reason.
Yep.
It's home stucking, breaking axe into axe.
See. They're camped in hard country, in biting air, with the kind of exhaustion that doesn't vanish just because the enemies are gone. Surefoot, half sleep-deprived scholar, half obsessed expedition planner, can't stop fixating on what they have recovered, the massive bell and its implications. The conversation quickly stops being what happened and becomes, what does this mean? Surefoot confirms the bells have been heard in these mountains since before ponies arrived on these shores. They discuss the possibility that the bell may have played a role in the region's strange behavior for ages. The shifting routes, the unnatural interference, creatures appearing in patterns that seemed engineered. Bell is treated with a mix of awe and dread, because every pony involved understands one basic truth. This is not a normal artifact, and it's not left here by normal hands. Or any hands.
Oops.
Even without immediate danger nearby, the party can feel the pressure building, because having an artifact like this doesn't make you safer, it makes you a beacon. Surefoot pushes a practical angle, presenting the bell to authority, securing official support, and earning a stipend for delivering something this significant. Let's see. Party debates whether or not they should do that, but that is ultimately what they decide upon doing. I don't recall if it was permanent or if they decided it was on loan. I know which one Wander would prefer.
High-level adventurers, it's as on loan as we feel it should be.
Morning comes and Aurora's mindset is clear. They're not doing yesterday again.
Boy, I hope not. You guys gotta stop doing that shit.
We've got enough problems with that actual time loops. We don't need actual time loops.
Oh, this is...
You gotta stop doing that. Hint. They didn't.
Was this where Aurora's rune magic link party linking started, or was that when they entered the city?
No,
It looks that way.
Well,
I'm pretty sure we had that going long before this.
I was thinking
we had it during...
I was thinking it was like when they started going up the mountain.
Yeah, I don't know about long before.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's just that it happened to mention it here first, which, is a problem with the way GP does its synopses.
And I
One
just
of many.
had telekinetic link at that time, which is kind of like, oh, cool, we had the same idea.
It's, to be fair, it's a great idea with this party.
Mhm.
Let's see. With the preparations done,
Just because...
they step out into the cold morning and face the next logistical problem, the bell. It's huge, awkward, heavy. The kind of object that turns travel into operation. Of course, because the party is who they are, Wanderlust approaches it. Sure, he doesn't approach anything like a puzzle.
just
And
breached
then,
it.
yeah, this is the bit I just went through before.
He attempts to summon guidance using the bell. Okay, this is where all that happens. So that wasn't during the fight. It was, yeah,
It was the next day.
yeah.
Yay.
Wander finds himself in a place that is another location as an absence. Guidance appears there too. Seems disturbed by the sensation, like waking up in a place he's never consciously inhabited. Back in the real world. The real world?
Mhm.
Interesting way to phrase it. Aurora can't sense Wander through the room. Celeste tries to reason it out through knowledge and instinct. Ashley stays steady, watching the situation. For the moment, it turns lethal. Celeste
That
makes a
doesn't
call.
sound like Ashley.
Celeste makes the call to force the bell to ring. She levitates and slams it hard enough that the result is physical and metaphysical at the same time. The bell doesn't just sound, something moves through it. Black sand begins pouring out, and the ground shifts in the nowhere place. Wander is pulled under in a sudden... Okay. That please don't highlight.
Highlighting?
Oh, someone was moving their cursor on the... Yeah.
I may have clicked by accident.
Sorry. It's just a little distracting when I'm reading.
Cool.
A moment later, the impossible becomes real. Wander and Guidance tumble back into the world, partially buried, half spat out by the bell like it's disgorged them. It literally did. The whole sequence leaves Wander with an unnatural chill that even Ashley's heat struggles to fully erase right away. And Guidance is visibly shaken in the way the party isn't used to seeing. Surefoot's conclusion is immediate. Stop touching the bell until it's studied properly.
Exactly. Listen to the goat.
No.
And for once, the party actually agrees. They continue
I
down...
distinctly don't know,
What's that?
don't know about that, but yeah, sure.
They continue down the mountain with a bell in tow, shaken by the reminder that this artifact doesn't just summon creatures, it can misplace souls. So, I do believe that Wander resummoned Guidance as an earth elemental here to carry the bell. I believe that was the...
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I believe that was the decision they went with to try to carry the bell down the mountain. Once the party begins the trek towards civilization, the pace shifts. It's no longer a fight session. Okay.
I guess.
I suppose.
I mean, that's accurate, but like... Okay.
Why say it like this?
Yeah, no, it's weirdly stated. Okay, so I guess it just skips directly. So it decides that it's going to talk about the group moving on to Corningham now. So the group moves on to...
Won't you take me to Cunningham?
One second. It has conflated winter walks with a Shatterhorn in this description.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
The fuck?
Something
Winter walks. Look out! You're missing your horn.
She's been told that her whole life.
I will be right back.
Okay. Okay, it is 5 a.m. We have a few sessions to go before we are... No, wait, not a few. There's actually a lot more than a few that...
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out that the incident took a lot of time.
Yeah, I assumed it probably would, especially having to pull up the actual log.
Yeah.
I don't regret doing so because I enjoyed reading
absolutely
the...
not.
It was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though, like it said, like a session 71 to 89. Yeah. in these, there are some pretty lengthy sessions in it. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's not easily
Somewhat,
compressed into
yeah,
readable things. Yeah.
absolutely. Let's see if I can find it. So,
Magical box.
And then I was scrolling down to see what the next session was. I'm like, that's that one.
Yeah.
There also happened a lot of things.
oh yeah, a lot happened in this season.
And still no Stone Hoof.
Yeah.
That's later.
The idea
Yeah,
of
Stonehoof is here so that perhaps less can happen to us in a season. Good luck with that, Stonehoof.
I feel like I was not told what my job was going to be in the appropriate detail.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe one of the key features of your character is that he likes a challenge, right?
I do. I do like a challenge.
Well, I've got good news for Stonehoof.
I just want to imagine that, like, Stone Hoof is now just being formed in, maybe reading some of Aurora's logs or whatever the fuck.
Uh-huh.
Like, just
There was absolutely a point where he stopped and looked up and asked if Weiner had actually swallowed one of those damn wolf stones.
Welcome back.
I thought Ashley wanted one of those stones because they were gems. So
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no chance Ashley didn't want one. I'm pretty sure Ashley got
I
one.
think we did because I had a bunch of gems after this session.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if no one stopped Ashley, there's absolutely no
Yeah,
chance.
absolutely.
And I don't think the others would really have objected to
Like,
Ashley
Wanda
taking it.
probably would have been interested in them just for, like, you know, those are vaguely interesting, well, more than vaguely interesting magical summoning things, like
Yeah.
Crafting ingredients.
That's
also
it.
this.
But in context, elementals. One second.
The gems are ashes now. They're gone forever.
Not gone. They're there.
So in the more
For all intents and
traditional,
purposes.
more traditional summoning of elementals part, each elemental has a specific gem or stone that they're associated with that forms the core of that summon. So if you are going to summon, say, a water elemental, you produce a pair of pearls, and the pearls become the water elemental's eyes, and etc.
It's a
Mhm.
So they form the basis of the ritual to summon them, typically. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go ahead and delete the whole part about Winter Walks as being in Shadowhorn because no.
What?
No. ChatGPT, you're drunk.
However, it is stated that Winter Walks separates from the party at Corningham. I don't know if that's actually
No
accurate.
interest in going into the city.
She did split off about this time. I can't remember exactly when, but
Yeah.
It's about the right time for her to.
So the party was just
Go
passing
on,
through.
separate.
Really was just passing through, or passing by Corningham. I don't believe they actually stayed
Went through it.
in Corningham.
On
By the
second
t-
thought, let us stop with Cordingham. It is a silly place.
They'd be obsessed with woodworking over there. It's literally the only thing I remember about Corningham. It's literally the only note I have about Corningham.
Is that
They
where
like
I
food.
commissioned my tiny statue of me?
I think it is.
Yes, it
was
would have
about
had to
this time
be.
you did.
It would have had to be this session in Saddleburg because Saddleburg is where the noble family that deals with crafting of that sort has their primary holds.
Yeah.
I
And now I have a
remember,
tiny statue of me, which I probably won't gift to somebody randomly, no matter how funny it would be.
isn't
But
a
if
tiny
you
statue a spell component?
Here's some
Yeah.
I was
a
gonna
little
say,
version of me.
But on the other hand, if you let Ashley know where it is and don't properly protect it,
The tiny statue is a spell component for contingency.
yeah, that's what I was saying. All right, the party moves on to Canterkeep. By the time the party reaches Canterkeep, the contrast is jarring. They've come out of snow, stone, eldritch ruins, and impossible bells, and into the city that is still living its life. And it's still festival month, with the colors, sound, activity, and sense of normalcy that feels offensive after the party has survived. But no.
Yeah.
I feel like calling the bell impossible. I think that among everything we had there, that was the most normal thing that we. It's like, I don't know, it's some weird conjuration artifact. That's basically normal.
Oh yeah, a solid gold, pristine bell that is older than civilization. Yeah.
yeah, like on our scale, downright mundane.
Relatively speaking.
There.
Yeah.
Let's see. Before fully reading. Okay. So, weirdly enough, this is specifically where it brings up House Stonecutter and Celeste Commission. Which is
People kept
bizarre because
laughing.
it absolutely would not have been here in Canterkeep. At least I'm pretty sure it wasn't here in Canterkeep. Well, either way, Celeste commissions the polished ivory statue. Or wait, not polished ivory. Let me see. Polished ivory was the name of the sculptor who she initially contacted.
I mean, the statue was probably polished ivory. I don't know.
I remember being initially confused about the material because I believe I thought it was originally marble or something like that, as opposed to ivory.
And let's not think about where we source ivory from in a world where ungulates are.
Sentient. Sapient.
Hashtag not all
It
ungulates.
goes back.
Are elephants ungulates? I'm not actually sure.
I think so.
It doesn't matter so much because they're not sapient in the setting.
Oh, cool.
Like,
I mean,
Quickly grab my elephant gun.
again, like there are specifically species that are not sapient in this setting. Like for instance, deer are not sapient.
Ducks.
I mean that's true, but that's also
At least that's what they tell us at school.
so it's still potentially wrong from a conversationalist. Is that what the word I was going to use? That's not the right word.
I mean that's also not
Conservationalist point of view, but not necessarily like murder.
I mean, you probably need to import it anyway, so yeah.
Oh, it was absolutely imported, yeah. Like, I will point out specifically, for instance, cows the world over are not sapient, but cows from Equestria are sapient. Because of Discord
I don't like that.
specifically.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. So, yeah, I was right to not like that. Cool.
Yeah. Cows
Yeah,
being...
wouldn't narwhal also be ivory? Like these weird things in the ocean, you can get ivory from there, no?
Man, what's Wispy's excuse?
What's that?
Wispy likes beef. She's from Equestria.
Have
She's
you
from
ever
a...
heard Wispy make an excuse?
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, it's a expensive import.
But
Locally sourced.
That is the opposite of an import.
I will point out that the cows in Equestria were specifically a joke. Because cows were a popular food item in Equestria before Discord's reign. So, hey, let's make them sapient. That's funny.
Yeah, that sounds funny.
It's Discord funny.
That's Discord funny.
That bastard.
And
What a bastard.
who would find Discord jokes funny? Anyway.
You hear a faint laughter in the distance.
All right, let's see. Moving on from here, with the commission underway, the party returns to the Arcanum and meets with First Circle Grimoire. Let's see.
I remember her reaction.
Which part?
Just greeting us and just being like, hello everyone. Whoa, you look horrible.
Somewhere a note is made. They need a babysitter.
Vacation was a term we first heard.
She greeted you like a beloved aunt would, instantly noticing, Jesus Christ, get some rest.
You must learn what
Julie,
sleep
why is
is.
Let's see.
Stonehoof so adamantly tells us that we all need to slow down and rest, which is very funny that they chose Stonehoof of all people to.
Maybe that was part of the message.
To be fair, we had a beach episode beforehand, so it's fine.
And I just, one of these days we're going to make sure that Stonehoof understands the futility of this mission.
I think we've made that reasonably clear at this point, honestly.
So cracks is like the equivalent of Knuckles. I don't quit. I don't give up. I don't stop trying.
It's not that we don't rest, it's that anytime we try to, something fucking happens.
All right.
We're cursed by protagonism.
Grimoire has been working in the background while the party bled in the field. Great way to put it. And she delivers what the party came for. A lead. Not a vague rumor, not a maybe check this direction. A single, sharply defined piece of actionable information. She explains that she tracked down the only living thread connected to what the party needs, the Shatterhorn problem. This was specifically what they had asked her to look for while they were out doing things. She explains, let's see. The lead comes from the southern city of Kresh, located on the southern island, a settlement founded by griffins during the last major incursion. A small Arcanum chantry exists there, and its keeper, Keeper Luminous, his name was absolutely changed. What did I actually call him? I think it was Gentle Repose is what his name came to be.
That sounds right.
That sounds correct.
Go ahead and change that now. Repose.
The only guy around here who looks like he needs rest more than we do.
Can you blame him with what he was babysitting?
Yeah.
No.
Its keeper, Gentle Repose, has reported something deeply alarming. A zone of dead magic has been observed. It's larger than anything normally associated with a Shatterhorn, and it's moving constantly, like an invisible wound drifting across the land. It causes none of the expected pain symptoms in its suspected source, suggesting either an anomaly or something worse. Okay, I enjoy how it says GPT suggests that's the hook, that's the next chapter, the new shape of the campaign arc. Thank you, GPT.
Welcome, guest.
Oh, welcome.
We're gonna ignore it.
Didn't ask.
Grimoire handles the other half of what the party needs, logistics. She promises to arrange transport, wagons to take them to the port, a boat heading to the southern island, and practical support required to pursue this lead without the party having to claw it out with bare hooves. Then before she goes, she casually offers something that sounds like a small kindness but feels like a chess move. An invitation to an unveiling at the park.
Oh, no.
It's the sort of civilized thing the party kit doesn't make time for, and the kind of social thread Grimoire uses to keep people connected to her orbit. Sure. It was,
Yeah, I'll accept that.
but that would bring us to session 82, the Heroes of Canterkeep.
It annoys me there's a space on those last two lines, like you and there's a space before it, so it doesn't line up.
Yeah, it does that. It's I don't know why it does that, but it loves doing that.
Annoying.
It's stupid. That's why it does that.
All right. It is now 5:30. Would we like to cut it here, or would we like to try to?
As good a place as any, I think.
Can
Yeah.
we not at least reveal what was under the...
Should we finish? Should we finish the Heroes of Canterkeep and then put it up?
I think so. I mean, come on, we gotta know what's under.
I mean, yeah, and then we can start the next campaign.
Yes,
and the next
we've
one
got to
with
watch the
beach
Celest
episodes.
cry.
All right. The party begins the day under unusual conditions. They're not just tired, they're being handled. Okay.
You better get used to that feeling.
The Arcanum campus is packed and celebratory, but the crowding doesn't feel like a casual festival overflow. It feels like the institution itself is in motion. Even before the party begins or reaches their first destination, there's a sense the city is shifting around them, preparing for something. On the way to the park, unveiling, the party makes the first obvious stop, House Necromancer, where they are expected to for a discreet meeting.
Yeah. Completely obvious. Like, where else would we go?
To be fair, they were called, I believe, for a discreet request from the head or from someone in the House Necromancer. One they don't want on the books with Dawn Company.
Yeah.
They pass a cluster of necromancers at the entry, among them Grave Dust, who glares at them with open contempt as the group enters. Hostility isn't new, it's the same old message. You don't belong here. Inside, they're guided to a strange room, functional, sterile, and unsettlingly doorless, in the way Arcanum architecture sometimes becomes when privacy is mandatory. That seems like the opposite of...
Yeah.
What?
What?
I don't... Okay.
Go on.
There they find Melonrind, an old stallion literally asleep at his desk. Melonrind having been an older stallion that they had previously met at a festival, who was manning a watermelon eating and seed spitting booth. Let me bring him up real quick.
That's right.
It's quite all right.
Did not get the mute in time.
It's
Happens.
all good.
Melonrind.
Grandpa.
It's almost comedic, right up until he wakes, smiles, and the room abruptly gets colder in a way that has nothing to do with the weather. The party's reminded this is House Necromancer. Even their grandpas are dangerous.
Nice.
My
Wow.
This is an old necromancer. The old ones are the scariest ones. They've survived, or even if they haven't.
I do, however, love the phrasing, even their grandpas are dangerous.
It's a weird thing to say in a institute of wizardry.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, if anyone is has a large gray beard in this institute of wizardry, you should probably take notice.
Oh.
I guess it's not a large beard.
Melonrind lays out his request plainly. He has arranged for an artifact of serious power to be delivered from the Griffin lands. It is currently held by the head of the Southern Chantry. He needs the party to act as a discreet courier to retrieve it and return it to him for containment. Then he begins.
Discreet. Us.
Then he begins listing the rules, and every rule makes the job feel worse. The artifact is a silver box wrapped in chains and locked about book-sized. Do not open it. Do not teleport with it. Do not pass through it through portals. Do not scry it. Do not attempt to see through its bindings. And most ominously, do not speak with it. Because the box might speak first.
I love how it just basically boils down to do not
Do not.
Not the
the
box.
artifact.
And who shall we
these are all-
give this
Do not give it
this
to
special
Ashley.
task?
Do not give it to Celeste or Aurora.
Do not give it to Wanda. Definitely don't give it to
Entertainment for
guidance.
teachers.
Yeah, and like all through this, like several party members are just like, we are not the correct party for this. Like,
But they
all
are
of
the
us
ones.
have some degree of teleporting, and we have just this little habit of being dragged into alternate realities on a regular basis. Like,
And yet,
we are.
I mean, to be fair, 3 of the 6 are things Ashley didn't do yet. So teleport, portals, scrying. What the fuck's scrying? I don't know. Some weird voodoo that people do. I don't know.
Your class is
Steep through the
literally
button.
Oracle.
Oh gosh. What the hell is crying anyway?
I didn't choose the oracle. It was forced upon me.
That's how Oracle do.
Ashley did not choose the Oracle life. The Oracle life chose Ashley.
Why? It was funny.
Pretty yeah.
As far as Discord's jokes go, this one's getting funnier.
To help ensure the box wasn't or hasn't been tampered with, Melonrind produces a scroll of true seeing, a precaution meant to reveal any bypassing, unlocking, or magical interference. He also gives the party a black and red sash and instructs that whoever carries the artifact must wear it. The sash is not subtle. It's not intended to be. It's functional. It's an expensive defense in cloth form. For context,
I never gave that back.
I do believe it was intended to be a gift, or rather, as part of the payment, you were instructed to keep it, I believe. If I remember right. When the group
I mean,
presses for more details, what it is, how it works, what happens if it goes wrong, Melonrind doesn't give them a story, he gives them a contingency. If anything happens to the box, if it's opened, teleported, compromised, return to him immediately. And that is the only answer they get. However, the payment is undeniable. He offers access to the Arcanum archives for a full day, including spell knowledge. He promises a payout of no less than 35,000 crowns upon successful return. He also promises a down payment delivered to their rooms. The party chooses Ashley to carry the box when it's retrieved, with Wander as backup support. In exchange, the sash becomes Ashley's responsibility, granting serious magical resistance, and also making him a walking signpost that screams, "Important target" to the wrong kind of observer. Okay, sure, that's exactly what that was intended to say.
As
It's
opposed to
Ashley.
everything
That's
else
what they all
Ashley
do.
does.
I mean, this already happened. I got kidnapped because I was.
True. As soon as the terms are locked in, Melonrind's energy vanishes like a curtain drop. The old stallion slumps back, already half asleep again, and though the seriousness cost him effort, contract complete. Okay.
I am thou, thou art I.
Damn.
With little time before the unveiling, the party heads to the park where the event is being held, only to realize too late that this park is not a random location. It's the rebuilt district where the site where the Unicorn Eater tragedy once tore a hole through the city. Instead of restoring the block, the city has turned it into something clean, open, and controlled. Okay.
Get rid of those filthy slums.
It turned into a park, a large park. Music plays, ponies laugh. It's a strange and jarring way, pure joy, the kind the party hasn't been around in a long time.
Yeah.
Then the party sees the stage. Not a small
I remember
stage,
being happy.
a royal stage. Seated above the crowd are the High King and her consort, along with the provincial royalty and House Stonecutter leadership. House Stonecutter. Yeah, okay, yeah. House Stonecutter, yeah, they would be here for the unveiling.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Golden armored guards stand at attention. The crowd is thick and excited.
What?
Interesting phrasing. And
They're a
packed,
bit dumb.
and packed so tightly that it feels less like a gathering and more like a tide. And then, right on cue, Grimoire appears, already pleased with herself. The unveiling begins with formal speeches from Marble Mason of House Stonecutter, who announces to the city that the city commissioned this work to honor those who ended the tragedy. The drapery falls, and there it is. A massive marble sculpture depicting the party. Not just a generic moment, a precise one, capturing their forms and posture with the uncomfortable accuracy. One section shows most of the team in a triumphant arrangement, and with it, the unmistakable inclusion of Goldray, because of course he's there.
Of course.
Yeah, Goldray.
Below, another portion depicts Celest leading surviving unicorn survivors, memorializing her role in bringing the ponies out of the horror alive. The crowd erupts, and for the party, the emotion is mixed. Wander is openly delighted, stunned, and genuinely happy. Aurora looks like he might physically attempt to exit reality. Celeste turns the kind of red that suggests her armor should be steaming. Ashley's first instinct is to critique how flattering the sculptor was, or wasn't.
More the last part, yeah.
Guidance is conspicuously absent from view in the moment, either hiding or overwhelmed.
Nope.
Grimoire watches the reactions with a smile that can only be described as weaponized smugness. Then she does the worst possible thing. She invites the party to approach the royalty with her. And against every instinct, Celeste agrees. Up close.
Celeste is like, okay, shit, why'd I say that?
You got invited to meet the
I'll
king.
do that. Wait a minute.
Up close, the
My
royal
ADHD
presence.
horse.
The royal presence is overwhelming. The guards don't block them. They recognize Grimoire, and by extension, they recognize the party. The High King acknowledges them with measured gratitude, formally thanking them for defending her home. Then she asks the questions that should have been harmless. What happened? Goldray answers. Immediately,
Well.
loudly, with alarming accuracy, with enough volume for half the crowd to hear every detail. The High King visibly wasn't prepared for that degree of disclosure, but she endures it politely and then turns to Celeste and asks about her portion of the event, the survivors, the caves, the endurance. Celeste responds carefully, measured at first, then with increasing sincerity. She doesn't dramatize it. She doesn't posture. She describes it as harrowing and focuses on what mattered. Keeping the ponies moving, keeping their spirits intact, keeping them alive enough to escape. Alive long enough to escape. The High King listens. The moment is brief, but real.
Just long enough to escape. After that, not my problem.
I found these. These are yours. I'm going to take a bet.
The paladin is clocking off. A royal hoof lands on Celeste's shoulder. An acknowledgement,
Hey, that's what I am.
not just of success, but of weight carried. Then the High King leaves, obligations calling her away, and the crowd becomes noise again. It's hard to tell what's louder, cheering ponies or the pounding in every pony, pounding in the party's ears, or Goldray. As Goldray continues hyping up the crowd like a living trumpet blast, the party begins to withdraw, seeking breathing room behind the stage where fewer eyes can follow. Celeste doesn't get that choice. She feels a tap on her shoulder, and suddenly, she's invisible. A familiar voice hushes her. It's Loon, who has appeared at exactly the right time and for exactly the right reason. Celeste's family is in the crowd. Parents, siblings, and apparently her grandmother as well.
Just more siblings?
No. It's just the one.
What would they name any more you had?
I must admit, I'm just imagining seeing like 3 or 4 instances of Loon in the crowd at various points.
It's just Celeste and Loon, but the recolors. Oh. Loon offers no grand speech, just a fast, practical kindness. Vanish now, avoid the worst of the family attention, and escape while the moment is still chaotic enough to hide the motion. Before leaving, Loon gives Celeste the kind of affection she'd never admit in daylight, an awkward hug. From her sister, okay. A blunt declaration of pride, and a threat, never tell anyone she said it. And she's gone.
Ashley will
I'm
remember
proud of you,
that.
sis, and no one will ever believe you if you tell them.
And I will punish you if you do.
Celeste is left invisible, breathing hard and trying to figure out if her sister left already or just stopped talking mid-sentence.
It's a prank she would do.
Yes, and probably has. On multiple occasions. After the unveiling, the party does what they've been wanting to do all day. Get away from the crowd and do something normal. Wander finally admits what he's been carrying quietly. The clothing he's worn has emotional weight now. It's tied to too many events, too many places where normal died and stayed dead. He wants something new, something lighter, or at least something that feels like it's his choice again. Sure.
I'll accept that.
I mean, it's not the worst way to put it.
Yeah.
At a high-quality clothing shop, Wander struggles to explain what he wants until the conversation circles around something the party all remembers a little too vividly. The priestess-like aesthetic from the strange alternate life intrusions and surreal experiences that have been haunting their recent timeline. Go ahead and put that up there as to what Wander gets exactly.
Look how fancy your little boy is.
It's true.
Yeah.
Do we also have the picture of guidance?
You mean the
outfits?
unfortunately,
I don't think that-
so. That was never guidance in the harness, I think.
I think that
was another gift.
regardless of that zip at the end of that. So let's just like grabs him by the scruff of his neck out of the shadow and drags him off somewhere. And kind of like,
You could do that?
what? I don't know what's going on.
Certified
Yeah, it was-
ADHD moment.
I thought that was now, so that's why I was.
She just does it, and then like you can't actually. If you asked her how she does it, she'd be like, "How did I
What?
do that?"
And if she ever tried to do it on purpose, she'd be unable to.
Exactly.
Aurora and the attendant help translate Wander's vague preferences into something real. A looser cloak, a sashed front style, silver trim and accessories, darker, moodier tones that feel intentional rather than grim. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, it loves to say things like that. It's the finest thing Wander has ever owned, and for once, he looks genuinely pleased with how he feels wearing it. Then the party handles the other normal task. Celeste needs to exist in public without being a beacon. Ashley takes the lead, using disguise work so thorough that even Celeste, looking in the mirror, has to admit she wouldn't recognize herself.
That's what Ash do.
Her scar is concealed, her mane is restyled, her tone shifts subtly. Even small features are altered, enough that she stops looking like a statue come to life. Sure.
What?
Again,
What?
I don't...
Just plastered like a whole bunch of white powder on her, so she's
Deleted that. Celeste, for the first time in a long time, comfortable in a crowd again. It's a small mercy, but it matters. Before the session ends, the group performs a major clean sweep of their inventory, selling off equipment and goods they no longer need. Because...
A GM mandated clean sweep.
Yes. I feel like after 80-something sessions, every party should have a GM mandated sweep of things they don't actually want to have.
True.
Because, collect things.
Well, you see, it's party members are a lot like dragons, and they hold on to things just because.
That's because party members are baby dragons. They just haven't collected enough to ascend yet.
It's true.
I feel like if I did a GM mandated clean out of everyone's inventory in Akmaros, Core would find me. He would literally throw
Cora would appear in the room with you and go, no.
No.
To be fair,
one meme with the power theme.
To be fair, I would absolutely refuse, personally. But that's more of specifically because of what Core is, rather than
Yeah.
like I'm carrying everything on purpose, not how it
Until
usually
you are
is.
on purpose.
Correct.
I remember that Ashley had disguised Celeste before, but I don't remember if it was this picture that I linked in that I tried to go after or not. I remember I dressed someone up like this, but I
I
forgot who.
believe that was the current disguise.
Ah,
I think,
I don't remember.
or
I know I used this for one, but I forgot which one.
no, wait. I think this was the one you used when trying to disguise her as not a unicorn. And then it's something
Yeah, that
else.
could work. That
Yeah.
could work.
But either
Okay,
way,
Ignore me, people. Ignore me.
it's all good. All right. And I believe we'll cut it there, leaving the next. Okay, let's see.
So if they want rest, fun, or control, they need to take it now. And that's why the next episode is going to be a beach one. Or the
No,
countdown
I was
towards.
going to say, yeah. Recap for the next time begins here. All right. So next time we come back, we will begin with session 83.
Oh yeah.
Countdown to beach episode.
With our excellent transport.
Yeah.
Chauffeurs that we just refuse to give back ever.
Who
Look,
is this
They
tiny?
counteracted our ability to have trouble appear before us. Apparently, their aura of fast travel is stronger than our aura of travel, and that is something to be cherished and never given back.
Who is this adorable
Yes, but-
tiny bat pony?
Was OC that someone made for me.
They're so cute.
They are adorable. I do love their
It's
design.
true.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut the recording here in a second. Does anybody have anything to add?
Nothing further to add.
At this stage.
I'm sure I'll think of something as soon as you cut it.
Of course, that is how it goes.
Yeah.
All right. Before I do cut, looking at, let's see, 2 weeks time will be the 10th. All of May is treacherous territory.
Yeah.
Oh, we're already
You say
nearing
play it
May.
by ear?
Fuck.
What was it?
It's almost June already. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. So May is a series of events, and one of those is time I'll be taking off, probably. But let's see. The 10th of May, or the 9th and 10th of May. Are we available for the 9th and 10th of May?
I have a horrible feeling I may not be. Give me a moment to check my not calendar.
I'm going to check
We
my
established I ain't got
phone's
one of those.
calendar just to make sure on my side as well.
I should be fine.
I keep my weekends open because that's the only day I get to do something.
That is exactly why I try to keep mine open as well, but I don't always have the option, unfortunately.
At present, I am currently generally booked 3 days out of 4 in a fortnight. 3 weekend days out of 4 in a fortnight. The fourth one is usually picked up before I can do anything about it anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe it has problems with saying no.
It's true.
I never
learn to
get
say
at.
no.
I can't say no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I am booked for that day, but feel free to run without me, and I will watch the thing afterwards. Don't push this on my behalf.
On the other hand,
the bit that I definitely wanted to be here for is what was today's session.
even though next session is the meat dome. Let's see.
Yeah, the meat dome was pretty cool, but it wasn't specifically Wanda related. So
Yeah, fair. On the other hand, the 10th of May is Mother's Day.
It is.
True, but
American Mother, obviously.
Yeah,
give me a moment. I really need to find out whether that's the case here, because if it is,
yeah, kind of important.
Sounds about right.
But well, I'm going to go ahead and
Well, it turns out I'm doubly booked for that day.
okay. Well, either way, I'm going to go ahead and cut the recording here. We will either have a new recap in 2 weeks, or we won't.
Play it by ear.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.